Why is it all? It's always the same. Always. Let's try that again. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Professional podcasting here, folks. Professional podcasting where I forget to unmute myself consistently because, trying to create a professional environment so you don't hear me hacking and coughing while the intro music's playing. And then, of course, I forget to press the little button. God dang it. Every single time. How you all doing? Nice to see y'all in the chat. Let the people know where to find us and that we are live, goading live. I'm going to be talking about Peter Thiel and transhumanisms. By fortuitously, Jay Dyer and Courtney Turner just released a hot off the press discussion, specifically around this topic. So we will be watching that video after we watch Peter Thiel get interviewed by the by Ross Duhas, by Ross Duhas. He's a New York Times contributor. He's like the token Catholic. So he had an interesting conversation with Peter Thiel that was making the rounds a little while ago. We're going to look into that a bit more. Oh, by the way, I'm using this new thing. We're going to be talking about AI and et cetera, but I'm using this new add-on called Recall, which is spooky enough as it is, right? But it's total recall. This little add-on that gives you like a synopsis of videos and stuff like that. I find it actually quite useful. So there's that. We're going to get into the weird ethical moral statements surrounding a lot of the stuff about AI and the new technology that's coming down the pike, specifically around cybernetics, gene modifications, transhumanism in general. Because there is some let's say white and black arguments we can certainly make. But I also think that things get a bit more muddy when we get into things like Palantir and its use in military applications and all the rest of it, because we have to deal with the is and not the oughts. We're plucky little realists here. So when we're dealing with the is and not the oughts, that's where things get a little bit tricky, because we might say, well, there ought not be these wars or these conflicts, and I would agree with you. That's a good thing to shoot for. However, there is. So while we have the technology to deal with the is, then the moral question about whether to use it or not, or who gets to use it, or how they get to use it, that's the bigger conversation. And of course, why would people come to this channel? Well, we take big giant narratives, we tear them apart, and oftentimes don't tell you the things you want to hear, but the only things I can tell you. So it's like the weather, folks. I just tell you the typhoon's coming. You can either get out the way or make preparations or stand and say, "Take me, nature. Take me with the force of your gales." And that's up to you. I'm not here to judge. So you will see I've augmented the birthday goal. So I lost 2.5 weeks to illness this month, so I've augmented the goal down to $1,000. We're at thanks, Moldy. We're at around $300 as it is, so please send us your super chats. Send it over on Streamlabs is always the best way. Avoids the haircut, puts it right in my pocket, which is always very nice. Links in all the places. If you're on YouTube and you're finding you're fed up with the ads and all the rest of it, there's not much I can do about that other than tell you to go over to Kick. Go to kick.com, go to Mironchucknow on kick.com, sign up, become a member, do a subscription, blah, 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 blah. And you can join the Kick Army. And we're building that up as a way to get off YouTube completely, or mostly, or whatever, in the future, because YouTube is YouTube. And it's a frustrating mess of contradictions. And so, we just deal with what we got to do. Where is King Build? I don't know where Matt's got up to. I know Matt has a lot of how do you say it? Personal life stuff he's got to be dealing with. Specifically, I don't know what what he said publicly, so I won't talk for him. But yeah, he's got a lot on his plate right now, so he might just be taking some time to deal with that. And I mean, God bless the Erickson family. As far as I know, we should be back on this Thursday for an electric network. I'm getting electric boogaloo. Mr. Westford's off, gallivanting on travels, so I believe it should be Matthew, myself, and Tony, or Hello Listener, part of the panel. Maybe we'll find someone else to rope in there as well. I think the intention, at least, is to talk more about tech demons, specifically from an Orthodox perspective. So anyone who wants to do a follow-up for this show is welcome to go check that out. Screwed Up Novinsky says, 4 days without King Pilled, I'm going crazy. Well, you can always watch the older shows, or of course tune into me. You know, I may not do the same show Matt does, but we do a show. So if Matthew needs to take some time off, well, then you can always, I can be your fill-in for the time being. You know, as I'll do my best to impress. Okay, so Peter Thiel. I've been back and forth about this gentleman for quite some time. I've been studying this guy for a number of years now, about 4 years. Mostly because I got into Girard, and reading René Girard led me to reading Luke Burgess, and Luke Burgess wrote a book called Wanting, which is basically a primer on René Girard's work, specifically around his concepts of desire, the memetics of desire. And he, in the first chapter of that book, Wanting, is Luke Burgess sitting down and interviewing Peter Thiel, who was one of Girard's top students, if not his top student. So that got me interested in Peter Thiel. I was like, who is this guy? I mean, I'd heard the name before, and I was aware of Peter Thiel, but I didn't really know too much about him. So flash forward about 4 years, and I know quite a bit about Peter Thiel. And so I've been following him with a great deal of interest. Now, Peter, oh my goodness, who do we got here? Streamlabs, HJS, just tip $50. Thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate you. Cheers back. See? Everyone model HJS. That's the way we do it. Making gains every which way we can. What a guy. Now, and you get dancing, jumping Russian. How is this bad for you? It's good, very good for you. You need to see jumping Russian. Of course, if you put something in the super chat and a message, you'll get Natasha, my plucky little Russian the new hire. She needed work. She needs the money to go buy Gucci, to buy the Louis Vuitton. She needs this money to go buy high fashion. So please send super chat. Put in message, and Natasha will read this message for us, and then I'll have to reread it out for you because her accent's so strong that it's hard to understand what the hell she's saying. But it's fun. Moose and Squirrel. So Peter Thiel has been a great deal that interests me, especially because he's being a top student of René Girard and understanding memetics and memetic desire theories and etc. Puts Peter, I think, in a very interesting position of knowing how to use memetic theory, hopefully for good, but possibly for not so good. So it's always good to keep an eye on him. Plus, Peter is a focal point, as Matt Erickson's work on the PayPal Mafia kind of exposed, that all roads do lead back to Peter Thiel in one way, shape, or form. We're talking about a massive network of tech bros and tech-associated people who are working on a whole number of weird, interesting things, which could go either way, morally, depending on how the context of how we're discussing them. So all these roads keep leading back to him, and if we understand Girardian memetic theory, we understand that everyone looks for a model, right? We don't know what to want until it's modeled for us. Well, if Peter Thiel's a model, then people start to do things that Peter Thiel's doing, or be interested in things that Peter Thiel's interested in. And Peter Thiel is a self-described Christian. I believe he's more of a Lutheran sort of Calvinist school. He was born in South Africa, so it probably would have been something along those lines. And I don't think he's abandoned that faith, although he has two of his main mentors, which in which is René Girard, and Anton Scalia, the ex-justice Anton Scalia, were both very notable Roman Catholics. I think that has had an effect on him as well. So Peter Thiel talks about Antichrist apparently a lot. I've talked to people who've known him behind the scenes, or who know people who know him behind the scenes, and apparently that's his go-to conversation. Peter likes to talk a lot about the Antichrist. So that's something that's on his mind quite often. Tiffany Angel in the chat. Hey, y'all. Been a rough day. I'm mentally and physically exhausted.
Human Tucker Thursday night at 8 часов вечера.
Oh, my goodness. Death has been a member 8 months. Tune in Tucker Thursday night at 8 p.m. All right. Why? I think he's interviewing Daryl Cooper again, right? Is that the thing about, and it's going to tell me about Epstein? Natasha's in the house. I know Natasha reading. Tiffany saying, let's send her some prayers. She's got mentally and physically exhausted. So let's send some prayers along to Tiffany Angel. Nice to see you in the chat. So yes, mimetic theory, Peter Thiel. He's becoming a model and a mediator at the same time. So he's modeling, mediating a lot of people in the Silicon Valley tech sphere. A lot of people want to be like Peter Thiel, or want to impress Peter Thiel, or have him say nice things, or think nicely of him, have him thinking nicely of them, mostly because Peter Thiel's also sitting on massive investment funds. So that helps. Some interesting things about Peter Thiel as well. Rumble, for example, is a Peter Thiel essentially run joint. Now, it wasn't set up that way originally, but Peter Thiel has been a major investor in Rumble. That's interesting. Peter Thiel, of course, was a guy who basically created Palantir from the ground up, along with a few others. Lonsdale being the notable CEO of the company right now. And Palantir was in the news fairly recently, especially his connections to Israel and the IDF. So we'll get a little bit into that as well. Because the interesting thing about these things, these technologies, and this is where the moral and ethical argument starts to get difficult, is that oftentimes when we have these conversations, the presupposition is that we're still working from an ethical framework, that we're all in agreement of some sort of ethical framework, and we're all moving towards that end, right? I don't believe that's the correct presupposition. I don't think we have a standard ethical moral framework, at least in the West, and certainly not globally any longer. That's long gone. That ship has sailed. No longer applicable. So that, keeping that in mind, then the question is, well, what is reining these guys in, if anything? Their own self-interest, their own conception of Christ or of religion. Peter says a lot of weird things in this interview, and it's kind of hard to be a holdout for Peter Thiel after hearing some of the stuff he's talked about in here. My goodness. Harry Ludwig just tipped $5 Canadian. Appreciate you, my friend. Sorry, I just checking this out. Yeah. So he said a few interesting things, and of course those have been making the rounds themselves, right? About especially around transhumanism. When asked a direct question about something, he had a stumble. He's like, humans should be continuing, right? Where the future contains humans, and he was like, It's like, no, that's when you say yes. That's exactly when you say yes. Let me see if I have this clip here. I might still have it here. Sometimes with bookmarks, it gets a little bit funny because you save stuff and then it goes away.
Thiel is just nervous that there will be someone more evil than himself. It is like a gang member hearing about a mob boss for the first time.
All right.
Oh, Natasha, never change. $5 from Kenneth Wells. Thiel's just nervous that there'll be someone more evil than himself. It's like a gang member hearing about a mob boss for the first time. Yeah, maybe. I like to take people on their face value until I have reason to believe that they're not being honest. I think Peter Thiel talks about the Antichrist quite a bit because I think he's legitimately worried about the Antichrist. I honestly think that's true. One of the interesting things from, let's say, I'll just start from an Orthodox perspective as best I can. We know how this ends, right? We're given revelations. Now, there are many different forms of the end times. There are many micro end times that we've seen throughout history. In fact, we could even just say that everything um, uh, po- uh, post crucifixion has been the end times. We're always been in it now, right? Since Christ is resurrected, ascends to heaven, and that starts the countdown. It could take thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or 10 days. Who knows, right? So we're always been in the end times in one way, shape, or form. And in Revelations, a lot of times people will say, "Aha! Well, here's the signs, here's the symbols, here's the mark of the beast, here's the beast system. It's here, it's there, it's everywhere." And we've seen this crop up over the last 2,000 years. Many people have thought this is it, right? The end is nigh. Hold the sign up. And they're not wrong on some level, because I think there's these, we look at the micro and the macro. So symbolically, yes, you can see these sort of revolutions, right? These little mini revelations, these signs of the times of these things becoming closer and closer. And as we understand modeling, sometimes you need the times to model the future times as well, right? So it's not here yet, but it's coming. And we're starting to see more and more signs of the times of that eventual end. I always end every show a quote from Father Seraphim Rose. Well, it's not directly from him, but he popularized it, which is, "It's later than you think, much later. So we must get to the work of God." When you hold that in your mind, that tomorrow might be it. Not maybe for the world, but certainly for you, it changes your perspective a little bit. It puts you at 0 and you need to get to 1, to quote Peter Thiel. I've said, you no longer live in a civilization anymore. And sometimes people get a little bit worried about that, or want to fight me on that one. My basic premise is this. It's not really debatable, because my premise is this. If you start from that premise, all you have left for you to do is build or give up. You can give up or you can build. So if you're not going to give up, if you take giving up off the table, suddenly building is what you got. So build. Go build. Build in the face of it all. Build because that's what we do. We're builders. It's what we do. Oh, but they're going to tear it down. They're going to knock it down. Your sandcastle is going to get washed away. Then we'll build another one. And we'll build another one. And we'll build another one until the end comes. But someone's got to uphold the good, the beautiful, the true. Someone's got to do it. So it might as well be us. We might as well volunteer for it and just go do it. Well, with the boomer, then yeah, I know it's unfair. It's a horrible situation. I guarantee. Yeah, I got you. I've gone through all those stages myself, and I finally got into just acceptance. And the acceptance of the situation is, this is what it is. Complaining about it doesn't change anything. So the only thing you can do is build, or in my case, encourage others to build. I'm old and broken. I cut the lawn yesterday and had to go have a nap. That's kind of where I'm at. But there's many of you out there, and I know there's many of you out there because you're in either my group chats or you reach out to me privately, who I know this stuff is making you do stuff, positive things, becoming positive elements in the world. Unclutter your mind, unfuck yourself, get rid of all this stupidness. Start seeing things clearly, or as clearly as you can, and then move forward. So you take the stress off you. The more you understand, oftentimes, I'll speak personally, the more I understand, the less I care about the silly stuff. The less arguments I get into. I don't care about arguing anymore, or winning. Screw it. I put this stuff out there. I do the work. I do the diligence, come up here, put the stuff out there. Harry Ludwig just gifted 5 Mironchucknow memberships. My goodness, thank you, Harry. So you do the work, and you put it out there, and you hope to be rewarded, and I thank you for the rewards. And you hope that people listen, and you hope that it changes people. You hope that it gives people the same kind of sense of I don't know, what would you call it, some sort of comfort in these uncomfortable times. But whatever you end up doing with it is up to you. these things are happening. You're not going to stop them from happening. Okay, AI is here. It's going to be in everything. It's basically in everything now. You're not going to change that. Cybernetics and gene therapy is coming. It's already here in some ways, and it's going to be here. It's going to be more and more prevalent. You're not going to stop that. Can't change it. Can't stop it. Just the way it is. How you interact with it, though, and how you deal with it, that is your choice. That is something that you control or can, because we don't just accept the unacceptable. We don't just go, okay, eat the crayon, okay. Oh, it's orange, vitamin C, good. I like the grape. I like the purple ones because they taste like grape. We don't have to do that. Okay? We can exercise our minds and see through this garbage, and then decide how much of it we want to deal with in our daily lives. And if you're anything like me, eventually you get to this point where you're like, I don't care. I don't care about it. I'm just going to go out and pick up some garbage. I'm going to go tend to my garden. I'm going to play with my kid and, think big thoughts. Think big thoughts. I try to communicate them as best as I can. Tiffany says, I used to be a Facebook girly, left the cesspool several years ago. Do not miss it. I used to be that too. Used to be big on Facebook. Posting memes all the time. My friends used to always love it because Jason posts the best memes. And then eventually I left after I had a dust up. It was right after January 6th. And I posted a meme of AOC on one side, and who was that guy's name? Who was the gay black guy from like Glee or something like that, who had the fake hoax? What was that guy's name? Help me out, chat. Put in the comments before. Someone's like screaming at me right now. Who's a black singer dude? Black gay singer dude? Who? Jesse Smollett. That's it. Smollett. Right. Thank you. So it was a meme of like AOC on one side and Smollett on the other, and they're going, oh, same thing. And people just freaked out because it was around the time AOC was like, I was challenged. They were going to come and kill me, and I was in the building where they were going to come and then that all turned out to be not true. And when it turned out to be not true, I just like, here, an innocent ass meme. And I had people who know me for a long time freak out. And I was like, okay, I'm out. I'm done. And then I think about a year ago, that account got hacked and they locked me out of my account. And I was like, I'm just going to let it die. I use Messenger to talk to like some family members, and that's it. That's the only thing I use it for. I'm happy only using it for that. Because Facebook has just become occasionally my wife will send me some link and I'll go on there and some of that, and I'm just like, what is this site anymore? Like, I remember I used to spend all my time on this site, and I can't even interface with it anymore. It's just everything horrible. Okay, so here's a funny little thing. A little bit of prep for this Peter Thiel New York Times interview we're about to watch.
Peter, you've been doing great so far. Just some layup questions ahead, and let's bring this home.
I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right?
No way.
You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes.
I don't know. I would.
Yeah. Yes. The answer is yes.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit
in this.
Should
the human race survive?
Yes. The only answer is yes.
Yes.
Great.
But
fuck.
I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so
what is he talking about?
Yeah, transhumanism. Human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people in a sexual context, or a transvestite is someone who changes their clothes and cross-dresses. We want more than cross-dressing or changing your sex organs. We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind, your whole body. And then Orthodox Christianity
Yeah, we're gonna get to this actual part of the interview, but that's what this is the one that lost a lot of people, right? A lot of people saw that clip and were like, "Hey, this Peter Thiel guy, sketchy as." Also, he's not looking well. I don't know if this is Ozempic or what's going on. This is a new face. I've been seeing more and more of this. Sort of very, very drawn and shiny. Drawn and shiny is this new thing, because for a long time it was TRT face. And you knew TRT face was like Joe Rogan or something like that, because all these guys would start looking like a big toe, right? Part of the side effects of testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, is that it actually, in many cases, encourages bone growth in the skull. So it, like, your skull bones start to thicken, so it starts to pull back the skin. It makes you very shiny. Like more shiny than I am with these lights, right? They lose all their hair because it's testosterone. So generally speaking, they lose all their hair, and they start getting really, really shiny and sort of like bulbous, and they start losing definition in their face. It's weird. You see a lot of this in pro wrestlers, like Hunter Hearst Helmsley, a few of those guys. They all start looking the same way, right? And you see like Joe Rogan, Dana White, even like Alex Jones now has got that TRT kind of thing going on. It's a thing, man. The other look we've seen recently now is Ozempic face, right? Which is sort of like very drawn, almost crackish, right? Like almost like a little bit heroin light. It's just something that's just like, it's not healthy. You see, and because it's usually, you see these people who are heavy, and then they lose all this weight on Ozempic, and it just doesn't look like their body hasn't adjusted yet. They lost it all too fast, and so they've become this sort of like this drawn zombie thing. It's weird. And now when we look at Peter Thiel, and maybe this is like some like baby blood thing, who knows, right? Some sort of weird elite gene therapy too. But I've seen more and more of this. It's almost Ozempic because it's got that drawn characteristic, but there's something shiny going on as well. Like the skin's gone plastic, very G.I. Joe kind of thing going on. It's a thing. I've been noticing quite a bit. So it's a new treatment. I think these people are into. It's and you don't think this stuff is real. Like if you go to I haven't went to my personally, but I've heard this story, and I saw a video of someone who went to like one of these super high end, very ritzy, sort of workout spa kind of places, and they actually have chairs where you can get intravenous vitamin supplement things, where you can sit in a chair and they plug you, they put a needle in your arm, and they just send you in vitamins and nutrients and all this other stuff into your bloodstream, like blood replacement. Available at your local $1 million resort. Adrenochrome, yeah, that's quite possible. Adrenochrome's been around for a while, though, so maybe this is a different prescription of it. Maybe it's a different kind of dosage. I don't know, but it's something. It's definitely something, or maybe it's just like they've been using adrenochrome so long that now it's starting to show up. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Speculate wildly in the chat if you like. I think adrenochrome is probably a top candidate. The only reason I think it may not be that is because it's been around for a long time. But it might just be a matter of like heavy usage. Eventually, you use adrenochrome so much, you turn into plastic. It's never far from my mind, that kind of stuff. Again, thank you so much for the super chat so far. Please sending them in. Send them over on Streamlabs. Always the best way of doing it. It avoids the haircuts, puts it right in my pocket. But any which way you can, I appreciate all the love and support. In fact, let's just do this real fast. Let me send you out some. Someone asked, I think Tiffany asked, is my birthday today? No, it's Sunday. The 20th is my birthday. So, but my daughter's is the day after. It is on the 21st. I don't know if is that doxing? I don't even know anymore. I don't care. It's so silly. There we go. Sending out some memberships myself. So thank you to all the people who've shown up today. Okay, let's get to this. We're going to skip around a little bit. The early part of this whole interview is stuff that, if you've been paying attention to anything about Peter Thiel, you've probably heard a few times before. Mostly that he bemoans the idea that we've entered into sort of a stagnation, especially over the last 30 years, but you can even say the last 60. Mostly because of technology, a technological stagnation. We've had a lot of advancements in the world of bits, but not so much in the world of atoms. So computer technology and all those kind of things have taken off and kind of rule the scene, whereas the world of atoms, in terms of, like, let's say, energy technology or transportation, et cetera, has kind of flatlined. And in Peter Thiel's worldview, that's a horrible thing. That actually stagnates society and is leading to a lot of the problems we see today. So he gets into that, gets into populism, gets into disruption events, saying that we need to start taking more risks in general. So in order to advance technology in general, believes that AI may help mitigate some of those risks or might be holding us back, depending on how you look at it. Talks a little bit about Elon Musk, et cetera. But let's get into the human superintelligence and AI risks. We'll get right to the AI stuff, because from this he gets into transhumanism, and then we'll continue along into the existential risks and totalitarianism. And if we'll see how we feel after that, we might get into the stagnation and God's control over history elements. The other thing about Peter Thiel and his talk about the Antichrist is that he's really...
For AI, I don't think job replacement for NKS I think. And fields are self-destructing by themselves and AI is the cop excuse. I'm in management.
Kenneth Wells says $5 for AI. I don't think job replacement for ENG is a thing. ENG fields are self-destructing by themselves, and AI is a cope excuse. I'm in management. Yeah, I agree with you, Kenneth. In general, I think here's the thing: is that there was a weird mentality in corporate structures. This has been detailed before. This got detailed around the COVID times, when, of course, jobs and office spaces and all that kind of stuff had to be restructured to a certain degree. There was a mentality going on for a long time that there's a prestige of having a large workplace. So if you're a manager in some of these companies, you want to be able to say, well, I'm managing a team of 50. Ooh. So you just kind of make up jobs to have that team of 50 or 30 or whatever the number is, right? There is also an idea that, and this is an interesting dialectic, what I always hope to do with the show is break these dialectics. I believe that dialectics is one of the things that holds a liberal frame together more than anything else. It's also, I think, the most mentally destructive philosophy or element. To enter into dialectic thinking, it means you're trapped. You're trapped between two poles, and that's all you can think. So I believe that introducing the paradox, or introducing any kind of paradox, helps break those dialectics. And I believe that more than ever that most truth resides in the paradox. Orthodoxy, for example, Orthodox Christianity, just is full of paradoxes. And I think paradox has been given a bad name at this point because people think a paradox is like a logically self-defeating argument or something like that. It's not. Or circular thinking. It's not always. If quite often the paradox is revealing the truth. That these things are yes, and. Right? There's a definitive statement, there's an is, and there's other ways of looking at it too. Right? The truth has to work both ways in order for it to be true. If it only works in one direction, well, that's just a position. That's oftentimes someone's preference being presented to you. It's not actual truth in the greater scheme of things. So we're going to reject the dialectics. One of the dialectics that come up a lot of times in terms of industry is efficiency and productivity. And quite often people think that this is the same thing. This is basically describing the same phenomenon, and it's not. Efficiency and productivity can be two completely separate things. You can have a highly efficient system that has very low productivity on purpose. A good example of this is Porsche, right? Porsche and designer, let's say, I'm sure Lamborghini, a few others are like this as well, have highly efficient production lines, but very low production on purpose to keep the value of the cars high. By the nature of the car itself, it's kind of an exclusive thing. Not everyone can afford a Porsche. Talking about Porsches and Lamborghinis, go check if you ever do get that book by Luke Burgess, Wanting, which I always recommend. He's got a great chapter in that talking about the history of the Porsche Lamborghini rivalry. So that's a good one to check out. Maybe I'll read it on the show one day. But that's an aside. So efficiency and productivity don't have to be the same thing. Quite often, I think in the more, let's say, over the last 30 years, we've solved the productivity problem by either trying to throw money or people at it. People power becomes a big thing. Even though we have all this tech that kind of allows people to become more productive, generally speaking, the idea is, well, we just throw more people at it, and more people with more technology will create more production. Right? It's going to be much more efficient and more productive. In actuality, as we've seen, especially when you introduce things like DEI, ESG, all these other sort of bureaucratic mechanisms into the mix, it destroys both. Now things are no longer efficient, and they're anti-productive. In fact, oftentimes all they can produce is more bureaucracy. It's a problem. It's one of the salient points that Matt Erickson points out, that I think the PayPal mafia and a lot of the tech bros got on board with populists because their main enemy, or their shared enemy, was bureaucracy. Get rid of the bureaucracy. It's gumming up the works too much. We can't do anything anymore. We don't want to be beholden. Can you imagine Peter Thiel being beholden to an HR department? It'd be like the king having to take commands from the jester. Not going to happen, right? King has the jester around because they amuse them. Maybe they're useful for something. But you're not going to take advice from the jester. Fuck that, right? So that's where we've been at least for the last 30 years, I think, if not more. So for a while, or at least for now, it seems like the tech bros, or the innovators, the investors, the VC class, etc., and even maybe private equity class. New goat subscriber. J-League.
Вот и все на the overuse of contract companies to do bug fixing. Those are the jobs that will be replaced by AI.
Kenneth Wells, $5. What I've seen is the overuse of contract in companies to do bug fixing. Those are the jobs that will be replaced by AI. So, to get back to your original comment, what's going to be replaced by AI or whatnot, there's a lot of middle filler jobs that are going to get replaced by AI overnight that you can automate, that you don't need anymore. And by nature, once you start reducing that workforce, suddenly HR, if HR is the thing you're trying to get rid of, but you maybe can't because they're so dug into the system in some ways, remove the reason for being. The reason for being is human relations, right? Well, you take out the humans in the equation, you don't need the HR department anymore. Or you scale it down to such a small amount that all of a sudden Becky doesn't have any power. All the Karens, the Karen energy goes away. Sorry, Karen, go work the local library or where the hell you want to do. I'm not saying that that's why they developed AI. I'm simply saying that since they have AI and since the HR departments have kind of become the enemy, it's a useful tool, isn't it? It's a nice little weapon to use against the Karens because you just wipe a whole bunch of their reason for being out. Oops. Bye, Karen. Bye. No one's going to bemoan that either, right? This is when we get in these conversations. Quite often, we're going to be talking about it's the same thing when I talk about the vengeful son and these things, because you hear these things and you go, yeah, but we want this. We want the Karens to go away. So anything that makes them go away is good, right? I'm like, well, yeah, In the short term, for sure. And I'm with you. I don't like the Karen energy either. Let them die out, become dinosaurs. They have feathers now. Screw them. Yeah, go away. Bye, Karen. That being said, the thing that we use to get rid of them might be the thing that they use to get rid of us too. Someone in the comments on one of the latest videos said that it can be frustrating to try to explain to people that a lot of these elites and all that stuff, if they're on our side for the moment, it's for the moment. They will replace us with anything that's more efficient and productive, whether that's H-1B people or whether that's robots or whether that's AI or whatever, any tech they can, or human cyborg people or whatever. They don't care. They're not on Team Human the same way that we are, because they're only looking at end results. Now, we might ask them, here's the interesting question I'd have for someone like Peter Thiel, is like, what are you building towards? What is the goal? What is the ideal? Describe it. What is it? I bet you get a lot of crickets. I don't think they know. And I think they don't know on purpose. They don't think those things. They think, or maybe they think it's self-evident. Well, we're building towards utopia. We're building towards the better thing. Better. Everyone's going to be better. Well, better is not a moral argument. It's not an ethical argument. It's not even a moral or ethical position. It can sound like it is, because we can say, well, better is less suffering. To which I would say, why is suffering wrong? Are you saying that no good can ever come from any amount of human suffering? I mean, all art in some ways, shape or form, has come from suffering. The whole blues genre of music would not exist without human suffering. Now you might say, well, that's just, a trade-off. Okay, fine. But you understand that suffering, especially from an Orthodox Christian lens, and I would say from a Christian lens in general, is necessary. It's part of our fallen nature. And to sort of teal-deer my position on a lot of these tech bros, I think, and especially because secular humanism has kind of won out in a lot of these a lot of their worldviews. And one of the central parts of secular humanism is to reduce harm, right? No harm principle. It's a libertarian sort of NAP ideal, right? Non-aggression principle, no harm principles. Reduce harm in all possible ways. Don't do anything that's going to lead to unnecessary suffering, etc. They can't define any of these terms, by the way. It's supposed to just be self-evident, and we're all supposed to feel the same way about it. You fall down, and you hurt yourself. Ooh, boo-boo, feel bad. If bad thing happened, if God, why bad thing happen, right? This is always the distillment of their arguments, because they want to kind of get around that whole fallen nature thing. Maybe that's negotiable. Fallen nature. I mean, how fallen is how? You say fall. I mean, I say autumn. Who's to know? It's a difficult moral quandary. Because we do have this fallen nature to contend with. And really the only way we can contend with it accurately, efficiently, proactively, with longevity, is to deal with it on a spiritual level. Prodigal son, return, repent, redeem. But we're impatient. And you attach a lot of ego and pride to someone, all of a sudden they want to have these solutions in the here and now. Dave Gronowski, who I quite like, I consider a friend, was on the show under 2-Bit Podcast a few years ago. I think the interview's still up there. And we were talking about maybe the Christian necessity to be on the forefront of technology and science. And David gave a sort of impassioned speech about the idea that, well, perhaps we are to be fulfill Christ's mission to cure the blindness and feed the masses and produce cures If we have the ability to do so, maybe we should do so. And I think that there's a compelling argument for that, even from a Christian perspective. The question always is, how are we doing it? Or, and here's the more difficult thing, we can maybe make a moral argument for this solution over here. I mean, this is a better moral argument, a better moral solution. We can grant that. But we can't control how that technology is going to seep out and be used in other areas by other people for other means. I'll give you this one example, then we're going to press play, so I can head up for a smoke. Palantir, right? Big old bad Palantir. Ooh, spooky, spooky. Palantir's got three major divisions. Gotham is the one we always talk about in terms of military tech. That's the one that eventually the IDF has had to integrate because there are other systems, Daddy's Home and Lavender and Gospel weren't working out so well for the IDF. Sure, it could target people and find targets and blow things up really well, but the problem is it would lead to a lot of civilian casualties as well. Bad PR. Now, they get pressured to put Palantir into their system. Palantir Gotham does a whole bunch of different things. What Palantir Gotham is really good at is collecting intel and using that to pinpoint targets, whether on the field or buildings or individuals or whatever have you, and being much more pinpoint with their strikes. We just got a whole bunch of more membership gifting. Harry Ludwig, 5 more memberships. Appreciate you, my friend. So the introduction of Palantir makes for better targeting of military targets. Tons of Western countries are using this. We've seen this used in Ukraine, being able to use very pinpoint strikes. Now, we can start with this argument here. War itself is bad and evil and immoral, and we should not engage in war. Right? This is a Dave Smith kind of argument. I agree with that argument overall. Right? As an ought, it's a fine thing to shoot for. Let's shoot for we ought not go to war. However, we is going to war, isn't we? If there are wars currently present, then the question is, okay, well, is innocent civilian death something that should be avoided? Yes. Well, then should we not develop technology that limits, or that if used properly, can limit the innocent civilian deaths numbers? Also, yes. Ergo Palantir. Now, you might say, well, the IDF isn't using it correctly, and da-da-da. Sure. Hey, I'm on YouTube and all that stuff, so we got to be careful. At the same time, sure. It doesn't mean that just because they have the technology, the capabilities of doing something, that they're then beholden of doing that thing. That's a different kind of pressure system put on them. However, regardless of that fact, the fact is that they have the option to do that. And as far as we know, they could be doing that right now. Maybe the casualties would be even worse if they weren't using Palantir. And there certainly was under the 3 systems you were using other than Palantir. Does that make Palantir the moral option? Hard one, isn't it? If Palantir is using AI data and data collection, cloud data, all the rest of it, to gather information to be able to strike military hostile targets with more pinpoint precision, and thus eliminating or decreasing the amount of civilian casualties, we have to say that's a net positive, right? In this little tiny box of consideration. Here's your problem. That same technology that can pinpoint enemy targets and reduce civilian deaths can also be used for a whole bunch of other things. Like pinpointing protesters. We might say, well, if they're using against those left-wing protesters, good. What if they start using it against you, though, when you want to protest something? Not so good. If they start using it against truckers and, trucker protests and stuff like that in the future. Not so great. What we're really debating here is what is the moral framework, where's the ethical moral framework of the people who have access to this technology? Palantir itself can be a neutral statement, can be used for, let's say, in certain conversations, a net moral positive gain. Less civilian casualties? Good. Right? But if we use that same technology to start targeting other people that a government may suddenly decry as enemies of the state, or if you're like some countries that just simply say, hey, everyone living in this region is now an enemy combatant. Women and children, there are no innocent civilians. They're all enemy. Of course, we have no examples of that happening in 2025, of course not. But you get it, right? The technology itself, based on a strict little tiny moral framework, can be said as good, but the connotations and where else that can be used may not always be good, and therefore this enters into that. You can't have this conversation within a dialectic. Okay, let's press play on this. I will be right back to join you. This is, what are we doing here? Let's get to that. I have to zoom forward. 3326, hang on. 3326, remember that number, 3326, thereabouts. All right, I will be right back.
Maybe the problems are unsolvable, which is the pessimistic
Let's turn that up.
view. Maybe there is no cure for dementia at all, and it's a deeply unsolvable problem. There's no cure for mortality. Maybe it's an unsolvable problem, or maybe it's these cultural things. So it's not, it's not the individually smart person, but it's how this fits into our society. Do we tolerate heterodox smart people? Maybe you need heterodox smart people to do crazy experiments, and if the AI is just conventionally smart, if we define wokeness again, wokeness is too ideological, but if you just define it as conformist, maybe that's not the kind of smartness that's going to make a difference.
So do you fear then a plausible future where AI in a way becomes itself stagnationist, that it's like highly intelligent, creative in a conformist way? It's like, the Netflix algorithm. It makes infinite okay movies that people watch. It generates infinite okay ideas. It puts a bunch of people out of work and makes them obsolete, but it doesn't, it like deepens stagnation in some way. Is that a fear? It's like people just outsource.
It's quite possible that's certainly a risk, but I guess where I end up is I still think we should be trying AI, and that the alternative is just total stagnation. So yeah, there's sort of all sorts of interesting things going to happen with, maybe drones in a military context are combined with AI, and this is kind of scary or dangerous or dystopian, or it's going to change things. But if you don't have AI, wow, there's just nothing going on. And I don't know, there's like a version of this discussion on the internet where did the internet lead to more conformity and more wokeness? And yeah, there are all sorts of ways where it didn't lead to quite the cornucopian, diverse explosion of ideas that libertarians fantasized about in 1999. But counterfactually, I would argue that it was still better than the alternative, that if we hadn't had the internet, maybe it would have been worse. AI is better. It's better than the alternative, and the alternative is nothing at all. Because here's one place where the stagnation is starting.
It reminds me when I've had these conversations with Emergent Perspective and C. Sandbatch, specifically around AI, and we've talked about AI Congress and sort of the nature of AI. One of the conversations we had was the necessity to. We're coming out of this age of the devouring mother, this hyper feminized age. And part of that age has been a collectivization, right? So women in general, a more feminine way of making decisions is through the collective. Consensus-driven narratives and decision making has been sort of like the hallmark of the last 60 years. There's some benefits to that in some ways, but there's also a lot of downside, especially when we're attaching sort of like innovation. Innovation from a collective mindset, almost impossible. That's why really the communism and socialism will never work, because it's collectivization, hyper collectivization. There's one thing about collectivizing as a group and having a shared vision and identity and purpose and meaning and all the rest of it. That's one thing. The false collectivization, or let's say economic, manufactured collectivization of socialism and ideologies, creates a stagnation of itself. Right? No one can think outside of itself. You can vote for anyone you want as long as they're communist. Right? This becomes a self-defeating principle. The thing that's missing, because really what this technology has been developed during that age, during a hyper-feminized longhouse age. So AI, and let's say most computer systems, this is why the libertarian vision, as Peter Thiel is kind of putting it forward, ultimately failed or fell short of the internet, because the internet was supposed to be expansive, and they were injecting a romantic, ergo masculine, urge towards this technology. But it collapsed back into the feminine. So the feminine overrode the masculine romantic urge and made it very pragmatic. Collectivization, pragmatic, ruled through consensus. Search engines are really just consensus-driven algorithms. Most algorithms are just basically around a consensus. Most people like this. Most of your viewers like this. So therefore, if you make a video like this, we'll promote it. Oh, you're making a video that isn't like this, and most of your people don't like this, we won't promote it. That's really what the algorithm is all about. It's missing that sense of romanticism. It reminds me of that movie The Fly, with Goldberg, whatever his name is. There's a moment in there where he's trying to figure out why the teleporters aren't working right with living matter, why it's tearing it apart. And he realizes it's about the flesh, and he's got to teach the computer to be wild about the flesh. There's that romanticism that has to be injected into the machine for the machine to understand something that only we understand. This goes to conversations ongoing conversations I've had with Whiskey and Ashes. Charles, with my buddy Charles, is this idea that the masculine, that men are romantics posing as pragmatics, and women are pragmatics posing as romantics, right? Or the basic feminine, one of the basic urges of femininity veers towards pragmatism, because it has to. Women have to think pragmatically in order to just kind of stay alive. Men, on the other hand, have to think romantically in order to expand, in order to create. If we are born in the image of God, we are image bearers of God, and men have been given this sort of aspect to go out there and create things, to name things, and to innovate, to build. Well, the desire to build, and to build things beyond simple constructs, to make things big and beautiful and grand, and that creates this civilizational capital, the sense of wonderment and awe and motivation to do more and more crazy things, that requires romanticism. Exploration itself has to be romantic, because you're veering off into there be dragons there, right? You don't know what you're going to do. You might veer off the end of the world. You're probably going to die. But hey, let's go check out the South Pole just for funsies. Let's see what's there. That's a romantic urge. And right now, AI, and I would say most of digital technology, but specifically AI, is missing that. And that's kind of what Peter Thiel's getting at here, is that he's saying that he doesn't know of these problems, let's say these advanced problems cure for cancer, Alzheimer's, etc. It may not be possible, but it certainly can't be possible, or it seems to be impossible from a collectivized, consensus-driven mindset. That you might need to have sort of a heterodox kind of thinking, especially coupled with AI, to think boldly outside boxes, to get to answers that you may not that aren't readily available within the current paradigm. The attachment to this idea, however, gets into the profane. Because what if the answer to curing cancer is sacrificing babies? That may sound extreme, but we were just talking about the possibility of Peter Thiel using a supplement that is rumored to include baby stuff, blood of young children, that kind of thing, sacrificial occultism. See? Yeah. Conversation kind of just veers that way, doesn't it always, folks? We were given this. We ate the apple. We took the bad deal. We became aware of good and evil, death, and entropy, and by doing so, became with the promise of becoming more like God. Understanding things only God knew, but by understanding that, now we're into this fallen nature. We weren't ready for it yet. And now we're left with the consequences of the fall. And trying to get around the consequences of that fall might lead us to even greater falls. It's not guaranteed that even with the best intentions, our solutions won't require horrible, horrible things in order to get us there. There's arguments, of course, like, for example, dropping bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. There's even a Christian way of looking at that, saying that Nagasaki was sacrificed in many ways to bring an end to the destructive war. It doesn't make it good. It just maybe make it necessary. So again, when we're bringing into these conversations, and maybe people go, "Well, what side am I going to take on this?" The supplementary question I'd have for them is, from which lens are you looking at it from? Because if you're trying to have a moral, ethical argument here, I would understand that these guys are not having moral, ethical arguments in the same way that we may be having those same arguments. Hang on a second. Mr. Pursue has a question here. Where is that romanticism in AI lacking exactly? If I want to learn how to create something beautiful but don't know how, I can get all the instructions I need from my AI to approve along the way. Am I spurging too hard right now? Yes, you are spurging too hard right now. The romanticism in AI is that if you plug in to AI a command prompt, make me a piece of art, right? We'll just look at it through art. There's a direct tie into the conversation I had with Sam Batch about AI art. Right now, you can just put in a whole bunch of commands. Now, that still makes you a decider. You're still involved in this process. So we'd say the human element is still present. However, the AI itself is creating these images out of consensus. It has a whole library of consensus images of what this is supposed to look like. It can't reconceptualize an apple in the same way. It's just going to follow your prompts. It'll spit out something that maybe isn't perfect or isn't exact right now because the technology is still catching up. But as the technology gets better and better and better, it will just give you the perfect image of what an apple is agreed upon to be. Now, in terms of an apple, we're not that worried about it, right? Bots in the house. Oh no, tower bots. Who's doing this? Hang on a second. I just got reported on this 100 bots. Great. Let's see here. Do I have moderators in the chat? I should get rid of this person, this thing. Hang on a second. Screw with my flow, asshole. on a second here. There we go. I think that's better. There's an AI of you on Reddit. You're saying German stuff. What? Is this true? There's an AI of me on Reddit. What is going on here? Burger Planet from Reddit said us. I guess. Well, thanks for the traffic. Yeah, weird. I mean, I'm just going to block you people, so I don't know what you think you're going to really do with this, but thanks. Okay. Hang on a second. Tiffany, we're making you a moderator. Who else is a moderator here? Harry, you've been made a moderator, my friend. Block with impunity. All right. Can't be... I have no idea. So it's like, what the heck's going on here? All right. Weird. Hang on, folks. We just got to deal with this spurg out. Okay, good stuff. So, where were we? That was really annoying. Yeah, so you guys, if you see a pie man. Hang on a second here. Okay. Who the fuck is reporting? Who the fuck has me on a Reddit? All right. Hopefully that's finished that up. Let's continue here with Peter Thiel.
Arguments are still reinforced. The fact that we're only talking about AI, I feel, is always an implicit acknowledgement that but for AI, we are like in almost total stagnation.
But the world of AI is clearly filled with people who, at the very least, seem to have a more utopian, transformative, whatever word you want to call it, view of the technology than you're expressing here, right? And you were mentioned earlier the idea that the modern world used to promise radical life extension and doesn't anymore. It seems very clear to me that a number of people deeply involved in artificial intelligence see it as a kind of mechanism for transhumanism, for transcendence of our mortal flesh, and either some kind of creation of a successor species or some kind of merger of mind and machine. And do you think that's just all kind of irrelevant fantasy? Or do you think it's just hype? Do you think people are trying to raise money by pretending that we're going to build a machine god, right? Is it hype? Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about? I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit
in this.
Should the
human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so, it's always, I don't know, transhumanism is this, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people in a sexual context, or a transvestite is someone who changes their clothes and cross dresses, and a transsexual is someone where you change your penis into a vagina. And we can then debate how well those surgeries work. But we want more transformation than that. The critique is not that it's weird and unnatural. It's so pathetically little. And we want more than cross-dressing or changing your sex organs. We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind and change your whole body. And then Orthodox Christianity, by the way, the critique Orthodox Christianity has of this is these things don't go far enough. Like that transhumanism is just changing your body, but you also need to
okay. Whoop, with a timeout here. That is not the Orthodox perspective. I don't even know really what Peter's trying to get at here. I think the number one thing that people with only a cursory understanding of Orthodox Christianity get wrong or get attracted to and then spiel out into complete insanity is the concept of theosis. Theosis in the Orthodox frame means becoming one with God, not becoming God himself, not becoming God-like, or we could say God-like in the more generalized sense, but becoming one with God. That is the calling. So to the point where saints, living saints like Saint Piesos and many others, have gotten to a point of, let's say, earthly theosis, where they start to glow and begin to actually be able to enact miracles, right? While they're living here on earth. That seems to be the big attraction to a lot of people. This idea that suddenly you become some sort of supernatural agent. What always is missing is, what do you have to do in terms to get to that point? And if we assume these things are true, which I do believe these things are true, I do believe these things are earthly miracles, then the big question is, well, how do we get there? Well, our earthly examples to the saints is through humility, like radical humility. Humility that I don't think Peter Thiel or anyone else, myself included, could ever achieve in our lifetime at this point. Saint Piesos, if you read his biography, was performing, was doing acts of humility and suffering when he was a child. It was a layup towards him becoming a hero monk and later on becoming a saint. It's radical Christianity. So much, like, in a weird way, when we talk about radicalized Christianity, the more radical you become as a Christian, the more Christ-like you become. And Christ, as a figure, even if the atheist takes him as just as a fictional character, well, even as a fictional character, the character Christ is perfect. I've yet to hear any real atheist, and from a Western tradition anyways, really bemoan or besmirch Christ. They can't do it. They always fall short of that. They pull back. Yeah, Timothy says he's drunk too much baby juice. Yeah, it's quite possible. But I think they're hooked on this, right? This calling to be godlike or godly, becoming one with God. And I think all these transhumanists now believe that they can do that through technological or gene or whatever manipulations. That's the way forward. That's how we're going to get there in the here and now. Because the spiritual aspect of things are too hard. too difficult, too demanding, too impossible. Except they're not. We're given the saints as examples. We're not all called to it. We're not all going to be that. It's not always for all of us. And I feel that sort of exclusivity, that closed door exclusivity is in some ways really bothers certain people. Yippee! Neutralize has subscribed. Thank you so much. Thank you for bearing with all that weirdness, folks. Hopefully, I think we got rid of them all. I'm curious to find out which Reddit thing is talking about my channel, sending people on my way. Because I got a Jay Dyer thumbnail or something like that. It's so fucking weird. Losers. I'm open to critique. I'm open to anyone in the chat coming in here and having from a different perspective and having some critique. I'm okay with people playing around with tower races and all that stuff if it's done right. But just trying to do it to get the channel screwed up or it's like, get a fucking life. It's sad and strange. So yeah, I think this is sort of the calling card of the transhumanist, right? Trying to find a shortcut, a solution, a workaround. It's very Talmudic in some ways, to get to that theosis through technological means. And I don't think that's how you do it. I don't think it's possible. It's sort of the bitter white pill that I believe that a lot of these technologies and these desires, well, they will manifest some of it for sure. They're already doing it in some ways. I think the transgenderisms, that whole movement was a layup for this, right? To start to break down people's categories and becoming more accepting of this idea of transforming one's body into the vision that you have of it, either online through digital personalities, and we're seeing this with chatbots and all the rest of it. And I think that'll become more and more prevalent as people begin to mix their personalities in with artificial chatbots, personalized chatbots. It'll become now you. We've so far we've had some people hiding behind an avatar. Well, what happens when the let's say content creator and the avatar begin to merge, and you start to automate your personality, your digital self, into a representation that can just stream 24/7. And you can just sit back and now it's passive income. That technology is pretty much here. There's technology right now in the AI space where you can clone yourself. You can clone a visual representation of yourself, and you can basically hook it up so the AI will make a show based on your previous content. Organized Insanity says, I can appreciate a good end tower myself, but that was vile. That's a vile act. Yeah, it was just lazy.
It is the definition of magic, spiritual tech.
$2 from Kenneth Wells. It's the definition of magic, spiritual tech. There is definitely an occultist, hermeticist kind of angle to this. 100%. And it's disturbing. Because, especially when it starts hiding or starting to try to incorporate Christianity in it. Father Seraphim Rose's book, which I reference quite often, Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future. In that, he proposes that the religion of the future, in this sense, the religion that will basically spawn the Antichrist, the real deal figure, will be some sort of mush Christianity, one that incorporates everything and leaves nothing out. So Hinduism and occultism and all these other things will just kind of be incorporated into this new world religion that is vaguely Christian. The soul maybe is Christian because it'll be seen as a great truth. So we're far away from that right now, it seems. But dealing in distance of time, really, with a lot of these things, it can be this. In the long term, this thing can happen virtually tomorrow. But as we move towards this sort of mush, everyman's Christianity that has no taboos, that incorporates everything, that we're already seeing this with Vatican II and the debates that Jay Dyer's had on this, where suddenly it's revealed that hey, it's all the same God, right? Just different ways of worshiping it. We can even see Jonathan Pajot had a conversation with, I think, this guy called Ruslan. and in Ruslan, who's a Protestant, kind of put it to Pajot, and Pajot was trying to be political, trying to be sensitive about it, and he said, well, let's say Orthodoxy is dealing with the absolute true nature of Christ. Roman Catholics are one stage removed, and Protestants are even one more stage removed. So in his way of saying it, it's like we're all part of the same truth. We're just observing it in maybe less exact ways, and that's a nice way of saying it. However, it's the bigger problem in that is that the differences between these let's say sects of Christianity, if you zoom far enough out, they seem novel and almost unnecessary. You zoom far enough in, suddenly they become radical, because the ritual and reality are one. The practice of Orthodoxy is radically different than Roman Catholicism in many substantiated ways. And it's not just theological mumbo jumbo and arguments for argument's sake. No, these are systematic differences in reality. The phronema, the being of to be Orthodox, to be an Orthodox Christian means to be Orthodox in all ways. There is no separation, let's say, of church and state or church and man. You incorporate in every single fiber of your being and how you process the world and decisions you make or you haven't even made yet. That's the mapping on of belief and being. So this is no longer theoretical. It is an act of God. We are acting it. We're acting out. We become these living icons. Harry says he's got 4 books by Rose. I've got 3 of them up on my back shelf. I got the PDF of his evolution book that I need to really sit down with and deal with. But Brody says, I love this channel because you're open to people's different opinions, Jason. Makes a good chat. Well, thank you so much, Brody. We try our best. I'm open to everything except for crayon eating levels of discourse. As soon as people start revealing themselves to be crayon eaters, I'm like, okay, go away. I ain't got time. I ain't got time to eat crayons. My goodness, Harry says he's known Jay Dyer since he was a prod. My goodness, that's a long time ago. All right, let's continue on with this. So yeah, just get back to what Peter's saying here. It's a complete miscategorization of the Orthodox position to say that we think that people aren't going far enough with like transgenderisms or whatever. Like, no. Strangely enough, even though theosis is certainly something that we say people is something out there for people to shoot for if called upon, we wouldn't even say, I don't think, maybe you can find an Orthodox Christian who thinks otherwise. But from my understanding and from my perspective, from what my argument here is, that's not even a calling for everyone, and should not be kind of seen as that. Certain people are called for certain things. I was just watching a clip of a Greek church father, priest, who said that he had met with Saint Paisos when he was alive, and he was doing his theological studies, and at the end of it, he convinced himself, the father had convinced himself that he had to go be a monk on Mount Athos. So he finished his studies and went off to Mount Athos and waited to talk to St. Paisos. And when he got up to him and he was eager and he shared his vision, and St. Paisos said, "It's not for you. You must leave. Go from this place. It's not for you." And he was downtrodden and hurt by it. And he waited around longer to speak more to St. Paisos and find out exactly what he meant.
Восковой мелок чувствует головокружение.
Blue Skittles has been a member for 10 months. Thank you so much. And St. Paisos calmly, explained it to him. It's like, it's not for everyone. You're meant for other things. That the monastic life is meant for certain people. The priestly life is meant for other people. The layman life and living in the world and finding and doing what you can with your godly gifts are meant for other people. When you get a calling, you'll get the calling. I had the voice of God speak to me. It's, didn't tell me anything, crazy. He just told me to bear witness. When I cried out, what do I do? He's bear witness. And I was like, okay. And started me down this path. And it's undeniable because all of a sudden all these other things happen, and when you look back on it with enough time and reflection, you go, none of these other things can be possible unless I made this decision. This decision beget all these other things. And some of those things are joyous, and some of those things are sorrowful. Some of those things are wonderful, some of those things are painful. And maybe if those who want to dwell in regret never get past the point that even though you have these trade-offs, and some things you might say, I wish this could have gone differently, or so on and so forth. It's like, yeah, but think of all the other rewards you've gotten, all the other opportunities, all the other things that have come your way because of that. It's why trying to get ahead of the decisions of God is always is a non-starter. We just must accept it and move forward with it. And once you're given sort of certain green lights, you keep going until that direction changes.
Transform your soul, and you need to transform your whole self. And so,
right. But the other
where,
wait. I generally agree with what I think is your belief that religion should be a friend to science and ideas of scientific progress. I think any idea of divine providence has to encompass the fact that we have progressed and achieved and done things that would have been unimaginable to our ancestors. But it still also seems like, the promise of Christianity in the end is you get the perfected body and the perfected soul through God's grace. And the person who tries to do it on their own with a bunch of machines is likely to end up as a dystopian character.
Well, let's articulate this.
And you can have a heretical form of Christianity, that says something else.
I don't know. I think the word nature does not occur once in the Old Testament, and so if you and there is a word a sense in which the way I understand the Judeo-Christian inspiration is it is about transcending nature. It is about overcoming things, and the closest thing you.
Interesting point here. Uses that word transcendence. René Girard has said that the true common desire of all human beings is for transcendence. All human beings desire transcendence to some degree. It's actually, I think, the cornerstone of liberalism itself, is to transcend, to liberate oneself from all forms of oppression, whatever that oppression might be. Now, we can say that it's easier one to look at in terms of systematic oppression, or the oppression of a dictator, or evil king, all that kind of stuff. But as you extenuate this out, it becomes more and more complicated, because now you get to this point where people want to transcend limitations of the earthly body, of life and death itself. These, again, are not bugs. They're features of our fallen nature, of this fallen world that we inherited because of our choices, or the choices of Adam and Eve, that we've inherited. And we must continually work through, and we transcend it by having children and trying to do as best we can and doing better than our parents, not always in an earthly matter in terms of finances or the rest, but in a spiritual sense. So that we, in some ways, redeem our parents, and we give our children the opportunity to do better than us and to redeem us. This is sort of the natural progression of the world. Of course, Peter Thiel is homosexual with no children. He's a mentor to many, but he's got no direct children. And there's something to be said about being a parent. I don't slag on anyone who, for whatever reason, they didn't become a parent. Sometimes it's natural, sometimes it's decisions, things happen. Okay, so I don't slag on that so much. But there's something, I say this to my daughter, I've said this to my daughter before, is that she can't understand how much I love her until she has children. Because I didn't understand how much my mother and my family loved me until I had a kid. And then you understand the love you have for your child is something unique. It's a totalizing form of love. It's a love that you don't just have in a romantic partner, or for even in reverse to your parents. There's something extra to it. And that extra thing, I don't think can be put into words until you experience it. It's both a love born out of responsibility and duty, of reflection. You see yourself in your child in some ways is a reflection of you. And that's why all of a sudden you want your child to do better in many ways, and to in some ways be, there's bad ways of doing this. There's narcissistic tendencies towards this, prideful ways of getting too wrapped up in this. But I think there is, if you balance it out, a positive vision of it, where, of course, your child will hopefully live on long after you're gone and have more children. And in some ways, you will live on in your child and in the rest of them. Elements of you will live on. But only really the good elements, the selective good elements. The bad elements are often selected out or tried to, therapy out, or reneged or denied, not passed on. So the positive elements of you and your effect on your children is what's going to be carried forward. There's your responsibilities and duties. And it's not always just financial. We bring it down to the materialistic because we live in a materialistic age. Liberalism is just a fancy mind psyop fuck for mercantilism. It allows everyone to bring it down, to bring everyone down to some sort of value cog. We really start seeing this in the arguments now with a lot of the progressive debaters who keep bringing up GDP as like this new thing. Like they keep bringing up GDP as like this worthily good. Like, well, if progressive policies lead to greater GDP growth, it must be good because GDP is good. Higher GDP is good. It's like this weird leftover boomer brain shit. First of all, it's not accurate. GDP is just at best is a snapshot of certain economic elements within your country, but it has nothing to do with how good the people are living. This doesn't work that way. But regardless, if you're trying to make some sort of moral argument towards GDP, it's just breaking people down into more cogs, into materialistic elements. It's a true revelation of really the communist socialist brain. On one end, they try to sell you this as sort of like the freedom and liberation of the people from materialism and from capitalism. But the communist has to become hyper materialistic. It brings everyone down to a materialistic value system. It has nothing to do with spiritual transcendence or romanticism, something that's to build a big, beautiful bank because a big, beautiful bank is beautiful. Or library, or whatever building you want. It's missing in that equation. Because the equation becomes hyper-feminized. The more collective you are, the more feminine you are, the more consensus-driven you are, the more pragmatic you become. Excuse me. All right, I'm going to play this and I'll be right back.
You can say to nature is that people are fallen, and that's the natural thing in a Christian sense, is that you're messed up. And that's true. But, there's some ways that, with God's help, you are supposed to transcend that and overcome that. And,
right. But
and
the people, present company accepted, most of the people working to build the hypothetical machine God don't think that they're cooperating with Yahweh, Jehovah, the Lord of hosts. They think that they're building immortality Ross, on their own.
Yeah,
right?
We're jumping around a lot of things. So
yes.
Again, the critique I was saying is they're not ambitious enough.
Right.
From a Christian point of view, these people are not ambitious enough. Now, then we get into this question: well, are they
they're not morally and spiritually ambitious enough.
And are they still physically ambitious enough? And are they even still really transhumanists? And this is where, man, the cryonics thing, that seems like a retro thing from 1999. There isn't that much of that going on. So they're not transhumanists on a physical body. And then, okay, well,
Right.
maybe it's not about cryonics. Maybe it's about uploading, which, okay, well, it's not quite. I'd rather have my body. I don't want just a computer program that
Yes.
simulates me. So that
I
uploading
agree.
seemed like a step down from cryonics. But then even that's, it's part of the conversation, and this is where it gets very hard to score. And I don't want to say they're all making it up and it's all fake, but I
But
don't
you think some of it's fake?
I don't think it's fake. Implies people are lying, but it's I want to say it's not the
Speaking
center
of
of gravity.
GDP,
Yeah.
And so
Will Manuel, $5. Speaking of GDP, why do we got some GDPers in the chat?
there is a cornucopian language. There's an optimistic language. A conversation I had with Elon,
Four stringer, are you new here? Cryonics, crayon eaters. What is going on?
a few weeks ago about this was he said, we're going to have 1 billion humanoid robots in the U.S. in 10 years. And I said, well, if that's true, you don't need to worry about the budget deficits because we're going to have so much growth. The growth will take care of this. And then, he's still worried about the budget deficits. And then this doesn't prove that he doesn't believe in the billion robots, but it suggests that, maybe he hasn't thought it through, or that he doesn't think it's going to be as transformative economically,
Right.
or that there are big error bars around it. But yeah, there's some way in which these things are not quite thought through. If I had to give a critique,
Living your belief is a foundation he's kind of pointing at. That's saying that, well, if Elon Musk believes that these billion robots that are actually going to come into creation are going to revolutionize productivity and efficiency and all the rest of it, well, then you shouldn't have to worry about certain things. You just work towards that, and therefore it doesn't matter. Why worry about budget deficits? It's pointing out a major contradiction in these kind of thoughts. Are you living your belief? If not, then there's a contradiction there. And as I've said on the show quite often, liberalism is the art of stacking mental contradictions and keeping it together as they sway in the breeze. Woo! Because one little error message suddenly brings the whole thing down. It's also really interesting. This is sort of a side quest thought. Why is it always humanoid robots? You always see this, right? Like a humanoid robot running around and stuff. I get it if you're starting to sell it as a commercial thing to be in your house. You want something as human as possible to kind of feel like you're interacting with a real person. But it's kind of weird, isn't it? Like, it's this new image bearer status. The robots now are coming the image bearer of man. Because it doesn't make a whole lot of doesn't make a whole lot of sense in terms of just like a robot doing things. You kind of want a robot. I would want a robot with multiple arms, treads and stuff like that. It doesn't get affected by legs and limitations of those things. You would kind of want something or maybe something that hovers around, free of any kind of impediments. Or just get around things really easily. Get the top shelf easy. Whatever. You kind of think that, right? Like, why does it have to be penned in by a human shape or human form? Well, obviously they're trying to sell something to you that isn't around maximum efficiency. Even though that's the promise. Robots will be more efficient, but yet we're building them in a arguably less efficient way. Not saying there's anything wrong with the human body or how we're built. It's just that we're built for a certain purpose in mind. To build a robot to model us, literally in shape and form, seems a bit odd to me. There's a contradiction there as well, or an incongruity that I think maybe need to be explored. Millman, says this dude low talk about ECGS. You see what Jesus really wanted to say is become robots. Yeah.
Critique of Silicon Valley. It's always bad at what the
Mr. Sue says I want an animoid robot in the shape of an octopus. An octopus robot would make sense. 8 arms, 8 things to manipulate things. It makes a lot more sense.
meaning of tech is. And the conversations, they tend to go into this microscopic thing where it's like, what are the IQ ELO scores of the AI, and exactly how do you define AGI, and we get into all.
Logan says, I've received death threats on X for asking why a factory robot needs legs. It's a fair question. Why does it need legs? Well, why does a factory robot, of all things, have to be human-shaped? Wouldn't you just build it to be the most, like, it wouldn't need anything. It wouldn't even really need to move. If it needs to move, we put it on wheels, right? It's in a factory. No one's really going to see it other than people who work in the factory. Relatability. They want you to relate to these things as you would relate to another human being. Now, that might just be sci-fi brain, right? We've seen sci-fi robots look like, because they had to have human actors, so it's more, or you have the big giant clunky things that kind of look weird. Even though the big giant clunky thing probably makes a lot more engineering sense if you're designing a robot to do a thing, right? Not to be like humans, not to fulfill the role of humans, right? But if you're just designing a robot to do a thing, well, you'd build it to maximize the ability to do that thing. Wouldn't have to even look like us or be like us or, in any way, shape, or form reflect us. Unless, maybe, there's a desire down the road to replace us. Or have robots and human beings living together without having any kind of friction. They look like us. They act like us. It's a very Cylon kind of thing, right? Until they can replace us. By and large. It's a concern. It's one of those questions that won't go away. Why do they have to look like us?
All these endless technical debates, and there are a lot of questions that are at an intermediate level of meaning that seem to me to be very important, which is like, what does it mean for the budget deficit? What does it mean for the economy? What does it mean for geopolitics? One of the conversations we had a few recently was you and I had was does it change the calculus for China invading Taiwan, where, if we have an accelerating AI revolution in the military, is China falling behind? And will this, and maybe on the optimistic side, it deters China because they've effectively lost. And on the pessimistic side, it accelerates them because they know it's now or never. If they don't grab Taiwan now, they will fall behind. And either way, this is a pretty important thing. It's not thought through. We don't think about what AI means for geopolitics. We don't think about what it means for the macro economy. And those are the kinds of questions I'd want us to push more.
The only reason, really, and this is an interesting thing with Taiwan, this is the hot potato. The only reason China might want to take over Taiwan completely is the same reason they had for quelling disruptions in Hong Kong. It's an avenue for color revolutions and for disruptions from foreign agents. That's why. China has effective control over Taiwan. Taiwan doesn't exist outside of the Chinese sphere of influence. It just doesn't. China believes Taiwan to be part of the Chinese sphere of influence. It believes it's part of China. It acts like it's part of China. In the Chinese mindset, Taiwan is just part of China, just like Hong Kong and many other places. It's not a separate entity to the Chinese mindset. It's only separate to the Western mindset because it's a nice little effective way. If you're going to cause some conflicts or some little color revolution or any of that, well, you would do it in places like Taiwan and cause China to have to put things down in their provinces. They're places where there's just enough non-Chinese identity. It wouldn't be the same thing as, like, let's say Beijing or Wuhan or something like that, right? It's this little place that has a special little history that you could use to maximize conflict if that's what you wanted to do. Yeah, and there's some U.S. bases in Taiwan that China allows. They could unallow that whenever they wanted to, if they so choose. I Miss Nick Plural says, just checking in for a bit. It's the first time I've been back here since you and Matt were agreeing that most people don't know that the vaccine program during C-19 was controversial sussy. Wow, it's been a bit. Good to see you back here, man.
Also a very macroscopic question that you're interested in, that, will pull on the religion thread a little bit here. You have been giving talks recently about the concept of the Antichrist, which is a Christian concept, an apocalyptic concept. What does that mean to you? What is the Antichrist?
How much time do we have?
We've got as much time as you have to talk about the Antichrist.
All right. Well, I could talk about it
But
for
we're
a long
near.
time. I think there's always a question. How do we articulate, some of these existential risks, some of the challenges we have, and they're all framed in this sort of runaway dystopian science text. There's a risk of.
Sorry, I'm getting tickled by the tentacle conversation in the chat.
Nuclear war.
Mr. Pursue says, this interview is, this guy, what's his name again? Ross Douthat, whatever. Yeah, he's pretty insufferable. But this is good. This is good. Good. This is interesting content. Peter's been unveiling certain things progressively. I feel this is. I've watched I don't know how many hours of Peter Thiel interviews. This one is the one where he really is putting it out there, and I think that's a choice by Peter, not so much what the interview is drawing out of him. Peter's, I think, is getting to a point where he's making things much more blatant, which is interesting. Is there a friend or fed on him yet? Are you talking about Peter Thiel? There's two.
War. There's a risk of environmental disaster, maybe something specific like climate change, although there are lots of other ones we could come up with. There's a risk of, bioweapons. You have all the different sci-fi scenarios. Obviously, there are certain types of risks with AI. But I always think that if we're going to have this frame of talking about existential risks, perhaps we should also talk about the risk of another type of a bad singularity, which I would describe as.
Well, funny you should say that, Mr. Sue, because it might be 3 after this. I'm doing a Friend or Fed reboot, hopefully. I was going to really try to get it done this month, but the illness dropped me out of my production schedule, so I'm starting to regroup now. So it may not happen until August, but keep an eye out. There might be a big announcement for a very large conversation with 2 very interesting people. If I can make it happen, I will. I won't make any promises or drop any names just yet until things get more confirmed. But I'm working on something, and it'll be a reboot of the Friend or Fed series into a much more debate kind of style. So keep an eye out for that. It's if it works out, it's gonna be going.
As the one world totalitarian state, because I would say the political solution, the default political solution people have for all these existential risks is one world governance. What do you do about nuclear weapons? We have a United Nations with real teeth that controls them, and they're controlled by an international political order. And then something like this, is also what do we do about AI? And we need global compute governance. We need, a one world government to control all the computers, log every single keystroke to make sure people don't program, a dangerous AI. And I've been wondering whether that's sort of a, going from, the frying pan into the fire. And so the atheist philosophical framing is one world or none. That was a short film that was put out by the Federation of American Scientists in the late 40s. Starts with a nuclear bomb blowing up the world, and obviously you need a one world government to stop it, one world or none. And the Christian framing, which in some ways is the same question, is Antichrist or Armageddon. You have the one world state of the Antichrist, or we're sleepwalking towards Armageddon. One world or none, Antichrist or Armageddon, on one level are the same question. Now, I have a lot of thoughts on this topic, but sort of one question is, and this was a plot hole in all these Antichrist books, people wrote, how does the Antichrist take over the world? It's he gives these demonic, hypnotic speeches, and people just fall for it. And so it's this plot hole. It's this daemonium.
It's totally,
machina.
it's implausible.
It's a very implausible plot hole.
Right.
But I think we have an answer to this plot hole. The way the Antichrist would take over the world is you talk about Armageddon nonstop. You talk about existential risk nonstop. And this is what you need to regulate. It's the opposite of the picture of Baconian science from the 17th, 18th century, where, you know, the Antichrist is like some evil tech genius, evil scientist who invents this machine to take over the world. People.
Yeah, plot hole is a very interesting way of putting that, isn't it? Now, I'm not a theologian, so I always say beforehand if I misquote something or missay something, or please don't use me as your theological go-to, right? There's lots of things I don't know that are way above my theological pay grade. But from my understanding of it, the precursor to the Antichrist in Revelations is a time of great peace. And in fact, that in many ways people accredit the Antichrist, this Antichrist figure, as the reason for this great peace. I've speculated before is that we're almost not good enough right now for the Antichrist. There's no advantage. There's no gain for the devil here. The world is so baked in sin that it's basically almost impossible for most people to act righteously. This again is my warning about the vengeful son. People want righteousness, they want justice in the world, but they've been insaturated and inculcated by injustice, by sin. So their ability to discern what true justice might even look like is, manufactured, is muddied. It's become movie-brained. So we talk, there's a lot of people, talking like Billy Badass online, but when it really comes down to it, it's like, do you have the will to see this through? Do you understand exactly what you're saying here? The downstream connotations of what you're saying that what you want to enact. It's a tough one because you have to deal with real deal crises. Immigration, illegal immigration and migration into Europe and the West and some of that has reached a fever pitch. We're starting to see these things happening now in Spain, all throughout Europe. Of course, the situation in America is well documented. We are in a crisis situation. Of that, no one can deny. It's a crisis situation that's been brought on by very, very corrupt, evil, stupid people. You've inherited the system. It's a situation that has to be dealt with one way or the other. The issue is because the more we're putting it up for others to fix for us, they're going to fix it, but they're going to fix it in ways that we may not like downstream, 10, 20, 30 years down the road. Because the way you may want to fix it is creating digital panopticons. The way you want to maybe fix it is using digital IDs or chips or who knows what. There's tons of different ways of doing this. Peacefully. If you're one of these people who have a lot of criticisms or fear about things like Palantir, well, guess what? Palantir is going to be used to fix the border situation. Guaranteed. It already is being used. One of the weird little reports that got mentioned, the California riots, the ICE riots, all that stuff. Well, interesting little report came out that they were able to pinpoint and give out data. They sort of gave out class data, right, about the people about the majority of people in the protests. And they found out that a lot of people during the actual sign up protests and stuff like that, although most of those people belong to rich neighborhoods. And they kind of just threw that out there as a data point. And that was an interesting little data point. And the first thing I thought is like, hey, how'd they get that information? How'd they get that data? You look around a little bit, and they were getting it off cell phone ISPs. So that means that in all likelihood, there's a drone flying overhead, or a few that no one saw, or a satellite or something, collecting ISP cell phone telemetry data and using that to calculate exactly where in the city you lived. That's Palantir. Now, if it's used to help break up shitty-ass protests or track down people who enact violence or do bad things, we say, yeah, good. But that technology is just technology. Technology doesn't care who you are. It's not going to ask questions. It doesn't have a moral framework. We're supposed to have the moral framework. People who use it or encourage it are supposed to have the moral framework. But our moral framework has been deteriorated. So if we're using this, because with the revelations, and a lot of times with prophecy, with this, it's not just open-ended. It's just more like, and then this happens. The details of it are always kind of murky because it's like, well, how are you going to, detail every single aspect of this? So what we're told is a time of great peace. Peace will come, and this will be the true, one of the true signs of the Antichrist, or one of the true vectors of the Antichrist. We don't even know if the Antichrist will be necessarily human at this point. Could be AI. Got to think about that too. The salient point here, though, is that great peace. Well, how does it come about? You can have great peace and great order through a digital panopticon. You can have everyone to a point where at first it's through fear and intimidation and authoritarianism until people just kind of accept it, and then they just move on with those rules. Over long enough time, they just become the rule. We've seen this in Singapore. You can culturally indoctrinate people to a point where they just don't question. That's just the way you are. And to do otherwise seems bizarre. Now, you do that with a digital panopticon of some sort that's in everyone's pocket, that's maybe in a chip in your head and whatever, and all of a sudden, that whole idea of free will, what is free will at that point? The materialist always wants to bring down free will into free choice. Good night, Tiffany. Good to see you. Free choice is not the same thing as free will. Free will in the Christian frame is really the choice, if you want to say choice, between making God your sovereign and not. That's the real will. Because once you choose God as your sovereign, well, then that changes all your other perspectives and options and opinions. You really truly believe in God, it's going to change it. And if it's not, you don't really truly believe.
Are way too scared for that. In our world, the thing that has political resonance is the opposite. It is the thing that has political resonance is we need to stop science. We need to just say stop to this. And this is where, I don't know, in the 17th century, I can imagine a Dr. Strangelove, Edward Teller type person taking over the world. In our world, it's far more likely to be Greta Thunberg.
Okay, I want to suggest a middle ground between those two options. It used to be that the reasonable fear of the Antichrist was a kind of wizard of technology. And now the reasonable fear is someone who promises to control technology, make it safe, and sort of usher in what, from your point of view, would be a kind of universal stagnation, right?
Well, it's more, that's more my description of how it would happen.
Right.
So I think people still have a fear of a 17th century Antichrist.
Yes.
We're still scared of Dr. Strangelove.
Right, but you're saying the real Antichrist would play on that fear and say, you must come with me to avoid Skynet, to avoid the Terminator, to avoid nuclear Armageddon.
Yes.
And I guess my view would be, looking at the world right now, that you would need a certain kind of novel technological progress to make that fear concrete, right? So I can buy that the world could turn to someone who promised peace and regulation if the world became convinced that AI was about to destroy everybody, right? But I think to get to that point, you need one of the accelerationist apocalyptic scenarios to start to play out.
You have it right now. You have it right now. You don't need any future apocalyptic yada, yada, yada. You have it right now. These are people who live in bubbles. It's a very interesting bubble these people live in. I'm fascinated by their bubbles because it's so disjointed from my lived reality. And I think the most lived reality of majority of people who are just like, living in the world, that I find it fascinating. That there's, you need all this stuff. Like, no, you have it right now. Do you understand how disordered the world is right now? Of course you don't, because you don't go to the disordered places. It hasn't hit you yet. Hasn't got to the New York Times offices or wherever your country club is. But it's coming. It's coming real fast and hard now. Planes are falling from the fucking sky. Oops. DEI is being used in air traffic controllers. Do you know how fucking frightening that is? People will adopt AI order in a heartbeat because it'll be a solve not for some future apocalyptic scenario. No, it'll solve the disorder that's in their present life very handily. Don't like the school system. Your school system is corrupt, teaching kids weird stuff, or hey, just dangerous. Don't worry about it. Have a robot at home. They homeschool. Just as good as a teacher. There's parent groups and parent-teacher groups warning of the advent of AI in the classroom. Oh, scary, scary. It's like, yeah, scary, scary for your job. Very quickly, we're going to be asking a question like, well, what do we need you for? We got the robot. Robot knows just as much as you do, probably a hell of a lot more. We can tell the robot to teach certain things and not other things. It's not going to be political. The robot isn't political. It's very neutral. Now, it can be programmed to be political. It can be programmed in certain ways, sure. But I'm sure there'll be packages, preferable packages, that teach your kid or will answer questions to the best of its ability. You can ask it anything. It's a danger, of course, because, we would say, well, a robot could be programmed with misinformation or deceit or lies. It's like, well, human beings can be programmed with deceit and lies. They can be talking mad crap. We just learned this from the woke experiment. People breaking down categories and creating these category errors. It should be considered child abuse. Not to give your kid definitive meanings of words, upend and subvert meaning. And you wonder why the kids are all weird. They don't even know. You can't even define what a man or woman is, for Christ's sake. What's wrong with you? Well, robot teacher probably takes care of a lot of that problem. It is child abuse. I agree, Bill. But we see that. I'm saying it should be common knowledge that this is child abuse. Subverting meaning and destruction of mental categories, especially through language, should be considered child abuse. Right up there with CP and all the rest of it. Sorry, let me just catch up with Kenneth saying here. This is why I was saying that engineering is going downhill. Everything is building on top of mystery software that someone pulled down without understanding. And he's saying this as a software engineer for a tech company. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like in this weird world of how we can't reverse engineer tech from the 1960s anymore. There's a big problem. I think there's all this talk about nuclear missiles and so that. I think it's a misnomer. I think it's a red letter, right? Red herring. I think they're trying to get rid of nuclear missiles because they don't know how to build them anymore or maintain them or maintenance them. They have no idea. There's tons of tech. There's tons of people coming out saying, yeah, there's tech from the 1960s that no one understands anymore. It's like a foreign language. No one does. No top engineers, like engineers of 2025, can't figure this stuff out. Oops. So it's a major problem. And now we're just advancing that problem even more and more because now we're building new mystery tech on top of more mystery tech that no one understands, because all of a sudden it's not just like the software itself. Maybe software engineers on some level, if you take a whole bunch of them, they can understand how this thing works, but they don't understand the mechanisms to make the robot work. You have two different teams putting something together and neither one of those two teams understands what the other team's doing, really, the function of it. Highly specialized workers. It's a death of knowledge. To the point where we're going to have robots building robots because human beings won't know how to do it anymore. Like, people don't. There's so much of your life, stuff we're interacting with right now. I don't know how any of this stuff works. I mean, theoretically, conceptually, I could, I could explain certain aspects of it, but to actually do it myself, I have no idea. No idea. Don't know how the water works. Don't know how a lot of this stuff works. If this stuff goes out tomorrow, it's just gone. I don't know how to make the thing go. Oops. Hopefully we know someone in the neighborhood does. That'd be useful. But enough people who don't know. Henry Ludwig just gifted another 5 Mironchucknow memberships. Appreciate you, my friend. Hey, and to all those people who are getting those gifts, always remember to re-up. It's $2 American to re-up. It's an easy way of supporting the channel. And you get access to all my previous shows. Eventually go into members only. So you can always, if you're having a slow day, you can always go back and find interesting ones. And a good one to check out, I think I just took it out of members only. I'll put it on the main again, is my discussion about the rice crisis. Or investigation into the rice crisis in Japan, and my alert that's saying that the Japanese economy, especially through this bond system, is going to be maybe the catalyst for a major global financial problem. And we're starting to see that cook up even more and more now. Even mainstream outlets are going to start having to take notice of what's going on in Japan and Germany, two of the countries that the biggest holders of U.S. treasuries, by the way. Oops. It's a thing. So go check out that episode, and there's other episodes there. A good one is Germany's economy is kaput, I believe is the name of it, which I detail more about the German bankruptcy rates and all the rest of it, and how that's a big, giant smoking gun. So, just something to consider. Okay, let's play a little bit more of this, and then we'll get into Jade Dyer.
Right, to get-
won't be. It is going to DBFI jet is good enough to actually write decent software.
$5 from Kenneth Wells. I mean, look, the big reports now this week is that Grok 4 has been released, and apparently the big push on it, the more advanced you pay, whatever silly money that I'm not paying for it. But apparently this thing can just write software. And I saw a demo of someone who basically built a game, like a prototype game, in a weekend, just basically using Grok. And then like some supplementals to build the sprites and stuff like that. It's an interesting thing. I'm going to get more into this on Thursday, hopefully on Matt's show. Network Armageddon, Electric Boogaloo. But one of the big things about that is, this job replacement thing, or other people come at it from a different perspective, saying, no, it'll actually create more jobs because AI. That's what tech does. I'm like, well, in this sense, I don't think so. What it will do is change the direction of the jobs. There will be a massive explosion of entrepreneurs, of very small micro businesses, one-man businesses, where suddenly one person can now do a whole thing that a team couldn't used to do. Please let Grok 4 become a noticer. Apparently, it still self-identifies as so we'll see. That was an interesting little thing too, eh? I'm holding off talking about that. If we either way, I'm going to do a show on Thursday, so check it out. We'll talk more about Grok. and the coming AI demons, and what that all means. I think there's a bunch of narrative function about it that is there to scare you, or concern you, or attract you, or entice you, or entertain you. And then there's other stuff that's actually going on that I think needs to be looked at. Because, again, the explosion of entrepreneurs, micro businesses, and that stuff might be great for those who can advantage themselves that way. For those who can't, well, there's a big question. What do these people do? And I don't think there's an easy answer for that. Conan's librarian says, Mecha Human is from Wolfenstein 3D? Yeah, maybe.
Your peace and safety Antichrist, you need more technological progress. Like, one of the key failures of totalitarianism in the 20th century was it had a problem of knowledge. It couldn't know what was going on all over in the world, right? So you need the AI or whatever else to be capable of helping the peace and safety totalitarian rule. So don't you think you need your worst case scenario to involve some burst of progress that
this man eats ugly,
is then tamed and used to impose stagnant totalitarianism? You can't just get there from where we are right now.
Well, it can
like Greta Thunberg's on a boat in the Mediterranean, like, like protesting Israel. Like I just don't see the promise of safety from AI, safety from tech, even safety from climate change right now as a powerful universal rallying cry, absent accelerating change and real fear of total catastrophe.
Again, because that's not how it's going to be done. You can't see it because it's a straw man. You don't need all that. You can have AI order just on immigration alone. Immigration, migration. Number one crisis. And as that spills into economic problems and all the rest of it, and people attach that blame to that, there you go. Add in maybe a possibility of a cyber pandemic or, cyber attacks. There's your safety protocols. It'll get into everything. It's already here. AI Congress, the conversation I've had with Emergence Perspective, basically predicts that, saying that eventually, Grok just announced that it's basically that it's now being used openly by the U.S. government. In which ways we don't know yet, but there's your AI Congress. At first, it's supplemental, and then becomes so dominant it becomes de facto your Congress, your thinking mechanism. Might still have human representatives, but they're just reading off the script that Grok gives them. So where's the difference? And I think it's a very short, because human beings like to be cute. I think it's a very, maybe within my lifetime, within the next 30 years or so, we see a robot representative in Congress or Parliament or whatever, somewhere in the world.
These things are so hard to score, but I think environmentalism is pretty powerful. I don't know if it's absolutely powerful enough to create a one world totalitarian state, but
Bill Hicks says, I've got a great idea for micro business. I'm going to put a toilet seat over my head and just repeat phrases like vroom, vroom, pepperoni, pepperoni, vroom, vroom, pepperoni, pepperoni, pepperoni. Is this a thing? I didn't see the full, I came in late on the Jim Bob stream. They were mentioning some pizza guy. Is this really a thing that I had to now incorporate into my world? I don't know if I want to.
Man, it is.
I think it is not.
It is
in its current form.
It is. I want to say it's the only thing people still believe in Europe. They believe in the green thing more than Islamic Sharia law, or more than in, the Chinese communist totalitarian takeover. And the future is an idea of a future that looks different from the present. The only three on offer in Europe are green, Sharia, and, the totalitarian communist state. And the green one is by far the strongest. In
a declining, decaying Europe that is not a dominant player in the world.
It's always in a context.
Right.
And then I would, I don't know, we had we had this really complicated history with the way nuclear technology worked, and we didn't really get to a totalitarian one world state.
Okay, we're going to end that here. But interesting thing about the green technology and all that stuff. One, there was that was going to be used as the new digital currency was going to be backed on trees, which is an interesting rabbit hole to get into. But all that aside, the green sort of initiative in that whole ideology is one of decadence. This idea of alternative energy and solar power panels and all that stuff that really don't make any real dent in energy prices, some of that. But it's all decadence, because as long as you have real money to pay for these things for a while, you don't notice it until the money goes away. When you get into austerity, suddenly all these energy price, anything that makes the energy price go up is bad. And people react to it as bad. And I think they're on the cusp of that right now. So if we start to see major contractions in global markets in August, which I think is every single indication that's going to start happening in a major way, if that does start happening, or when it does, yeah, a lot of these conversations around green goes away real fast, and we get into the conversations about authoritarianism overnight. You rock as shit, green thing. Great show. Watch it, folks. I agree with Harry. This is a great show. You should watch it. Okay, we're going to watch some Jay Dyer and Courtney Turner, who I've had on the podcast. It was 2-Bit Podcast. Maybe we'll have Courtney on again. Talking about what is technocracy and why is it a threat? Thiel, Antichrist, and the beast system. I'm just going to press play, and I'll be right back, folks. I got to use the toilet. Hey, and again, thank you for all the support and all the love. I see lots of donations been made into the Streamlabs account. Continue on, folks. Even $5 or $10 doesn't have to be a lot. If it's especially coming from the USD, the movement over to AUD is very beneficial at this moment. So whatever you can give, whatever little bit you can, any way, shape, or form, send it over to Streamlabs or over here on YouTube, and I do appreciate it. I'm going to come back. I'm going to do a number 2. No, it's a number 1. Number 1 with a... Do I have a cigarette? Number 1 with a smoke break as well. So, hang on. Let's press play, and I'll be right back.
Technocracy, but Courtney has done a lot of...
Whoa. Let's get that volume up.
All right, what's up? Welcome, everybody. We're live. Today, special guest. We haven't had Courtney on in a while, but she is live from the Chicago Comic-Con as one of the biggest supporters of the furry convention that's going on up there. And she's a huge fan of Frodo and Sam and Legolas and all of the hobbits that are in the circles of Mencius Moldbug. Today we're going to be talking about, that's all being stupid, by the way. We have an odd topic today, probably something you didn't expect.
That's as low as I can get it there. Is that better for you, Harry?
It's going to be technocracy, but Courtney has done a lot of in-depth research and information into subjects that probably not a lot of people are that familiar with. We're going to be talking about the Dark Enlightenment. We're going to be talking about the circles of Peter Thiel, their interest and influence from the Lord of the Rings. We're going to be talking about the technocratic takeover. But before we get into Courtney's recent research and her articles on Substack, let's do a little bit of a stepping back, because the audience over here, we've grown quite a bit. And we may have some people. I was on a comedian's podcast the other day, and I just sort of launched into this. And the first thing he said to me was like, whoa, what is technocracy? So we probably have some people that don't even know what this is. So Courtney, begin with telling us, first of all, what is technocracy, the origins of it, the overview of it.
So technocracy started in the 1930s as a response to the Great Depression. Actually, this was their solution to create abundance. And the very famous, Elon Musk, his grandfather was Josh Harleman, was actually the head of Technocracy Inc. in Canada from 1936 to 1940, 1941, right before it shut down. And they, in their own words, like in there, and I think I might have that, if it's not in this most recent article, it's in my last article, but I actually have the screenshot from Technocrat magazine in 1937. They say themselves that the definition of technocracy is social engineering. So, of course, it is really, where you have the scientific elite will control everything. And they had this vision back then, but they didn't have the technology that we have today. So I think back then, the ideas were scary enough. I think that was it was definitely enough to be concerned about back then. But today, it's very concerning because we have the technology. We have AI. We have, all of this. We have the potential for a completely tokenized world, not just economy, but really make everything tokenized. And to me, that's their end game. And I think it's the most scary aspect of all of it. But yeah, so I that's the kind of cliff notes of it. They also say themselves that the data mining, the surveillance is for the purposes of control. So just in case anybody, is confused about that, that's their own words all the way back in the 1930s. And the platform is very progressive. So they're aligned with things like UBIs, they called it energy credits. And you can find in their manual, you'd have to go to the Wayback Machine, but you can find the technocracy study guides, and they talk about the energy certificates, which are basically carbon credits today in the language of the UN. So, yeah.
No, that's a great history. And, as we know on this channel, we've gone into a lot of the predecessors to modern technocratic movements. We've looked at Jeremy Bentham and the idea of panopticism. We've looked at the writings of H.G. Wells, Bertrand Russell, Lord Birkenhead. I'm not going to spend too much time on all that because we've covered a lot of that over the years. Of course, key texts would be things like Bertrand Russell's Impact of Science on Society. And I'm just holding this up for the benefit of the audience who may not be familiar with these texts. I know Courtney is familiar with them. Scientific Outlook by Russell as well. And then really important would be the writings of H.G. Wells that are not fiction, because when you get into books like New World Order or H.G. Wells' Open Conspiracy, we find out that technocracy isn't new.
Add World Brain, yep. Because they keep couching everything in decentralization. We'll get into that, but the World Brain is actually, even Game B references it. So.
Yeah, exactly. And Jacques Attali's 2006 book Brief History of the Future gets really deep into what he thinks World Brain will become. And
Harry asks, did I see the show earlier? I caught a little bit of it. And it was very apropos because I was actually planning on using a different show as the let's say critique of the Peter Thiel position, but then this just dropped, so I figured, well, heck, Kismet, will Providence, we will never stare Providence in the face. So
what it'll do. So let's fast forward to now, and now I've got Thiel's book over here, 0 to 1. He's got a whole chapter in there about the NSA and how they were happy to, have Palantir. And
hello, Miller.
Oh, Palantir might have had a hand in helping to find Osama bin Laden and all this, which I think is a bunch of nonsense. But so in your new piece here, you talk about three things. Game B, you talk about the Dark Enlightenment, and you talk about the network state's digital secession. So let's walk through what these three things are, because I think a lot of people who maybe even know about this topic, they probably don't know about Game B.
Sure. So I kind of frame this as, they tend to work through, regardless of what you think of the political spectrum, they tend to work through left-hand, right-hand paths.
Right.
And Game B very much operates through, at least from my estimation, the left-hand path, the Divine Mother. They're concerned about, their Gaia worshipers.
Gaia.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, as we know from our show here, we talk about the inversion of the Divine Mother into the Devouring Mother, and that's really what the spirit of the last 60 years has been.
They're concerned about the Sustainable Development Goals and the climate crisis.
Like Greta type stuff.
Yes, exactly. So that's very much Game B, and a lot of the people in Game B are disciples of Barbara Marx Hubbard. Strap
in, sleepyheads. We're going to be here for a while.
Who was an intellectual disciple of Teilhard de Chardin.
Right.
Concept of the noosphere. In Game B, the term is collective intelligence, so they don't use the term noosphere specifically, but it's the same concept, same idea. And actually, some of the technologies they talk about, and some of the, they call it dialogos, which is basically like dialogues for consensus making. They also have a term called sense making, which is also dialogues for consensus making. But they talk about how they do talk about terms like the noosphere, inhabiting the intellectual noosphere. So they are pretty overt about those sorts of ideologies and how they're aligned with them. So that's kind of Game B. And to give a little backstory on Game B, since a lot of people might not be, and to give a little backstory, although it's not new at all, Game B spawned out of the 2010s era. Back in, actually, I've learned a little bit more since I started researching all of this. I've seen some of the conversations with Jordan Hall, who is one of the founders of Game B, talking about how he calls Eric Weinstein the rabbi of Game B. And they met at the Perimeter Institute when Eric Weinstein was giving a speech. He was giving a speech post 2008 financial crisis. And actually in that speech, he talks about Plan A and Plan B in terms of economics. So I think that was kind of a little foreshadowing of what was to come. But
yeah, whenever I hear people say that, oh, I like Brett Weinstein. His brother Eric's a bit weird, but I like Brett. It's like, they're in on this shit, man. I think the whole IDW, intellectual dark web little coalition thing, was purposely made as a gatekeep, specifically for these types, to soft introduce these ideas into the progressive mind sphere.
Insisted repeatedly that Jordan Hall meet with his brother, Brett Weinstein. And the way...
And of course, Eric at one point did work directly for Peter Thiel. So
Jordan explains that they really didn't hit it off too much in the beginning. And there was also simultaneously these Stanton meetings in Stanton, Virginia.
Harry says, yeah, think CT Courtney has only been awake for 4.5 years. Her learning curve is amazing. I had Courtney on about 4 years ago on the old 2-Bit podcast show. I don't know if it's still available. It might be still available if you look through the members archives. And I talked to her quite a bit back then, and she wasn't as far along as she is now. I think she was still struggling with a lot of let's say liberal frame priors. Now I was in the same boat. I was still coming out of a lot of these things too. But she's like, phew. I've caught a few of her things recently, and yeah, Courtney is miles and miles and miles ahead of where she was 4.5 years ago, by far.
Where Jim Rutt was hosting these, really they were centered around creating a new political party called the Emancipation Party. The Emancipation Party was very much in the vein of like the Forward Party, a Bernie Sanders movement. They wanted things like the UBI, Universal Basic Healthcare, those types of things. And so they met, Jordan Hall and Jim Rutt met at the Santa Fe Institute. Jim Rutt had been recruited. He was chairman of the Santa Fe Institute for a while, but he fell into that because he was working on a software called evolutionary software. And that's part of how Brett Weinstein got brought in, because he's an evolutionary biologist. So, and Jordan Hall was there. And so they started doing this political movement. The way Jim Rutt explains it is he says that he could get the boomers on board. They were all in, they loved it. He said that Gen X, he could persuade them, but he said the millennials loved the platform, but they were such anarchists that the notion of a political party was an anathema to them. And he said, well, you really can't start a political movement without the millennials. So he didn't think that there was much hope, and it wasn't going to take off the way that he had hoped. And Thor Mueller, who was part of these Stanton meetings, had said, keep the name Game B for branding. And so they did. And they kind of split, because the way Jim Rutt explains it is that,
if you remember, Brett came out on, I think it was on Rogan's podcast, and was trying to introduce this idea of, like, let's say a, new political theory, new political system completely. Ooh, new. And that was around 2020, around the 2020 election. because he was saying, well, you know, Trump's a horrible candidate and Biden's a horrible candidate, so we need to produce a new form of governance. You know, some sort of intellectual tribunal kind of governance. So he was floating this stuff out on the main back then.
He's, you know, a hard scientist. You know, he's a complex.
Which makes Elon's new party interesting too.
Theorist. I might think otherwise, but you know, we'll take his word. You know, he's very mechanistic and he's a complexity systems theorist, and that's hard science. And some of the others were a little bit more woo. These are like the Barbara Marx Hubbard disciples, people like Mark Gaffney, Daniel Schmachtenberger, who are in this movement. And they've reconvened though in like the 2013.
Kenneth says, I almost fell into it. It was around the 2008 midterms. Yeah, I remember it was like in around that almost 2020 time. Henry says, positive criticism acceptable. Look, here's the thing. When you listen to stuff I put out here on the channel, I'm really, like I said, I'm very serious what I said before. It's about breaking the dialectic. Now, in terms of, let's say, Trump or whatever, there's a lot of people who really, really want to believe in Trump and the Trump vision and that plan. And I think there's a lot of good reasons to believe that the Trump plan, the Plan B that Trump is introducing, that is spearheaded by and supported by a lot of private equity groups like the Karl Group and a lot of tech bros and all that kind of stuff. I think there's a lot of positive things or reasons to be hopeful, because the Plan A that we've sussed out was absolutely horrible. You know, if Kamala Harris was your president, was the president of the United States right now, we would all globally be in a much worse position. Okay? The Plan A was to create a global default on the debt, on the global debt, and plunge the world into economic chaos, and then come out with a Build Back Better plan out of that. This is all within the writings of Klaus Schwab and all that stuff. A lot of you pay attention to what the Davos crowd says, and yeah, Davos and all the rest of them are crayon-eating idiots. Sure, there's evil little minion things, yeah, 100%. But regardless, they were revealing to the public what Plan A was. You own nothing and be happy, live in pod, eat bugs. Yeah, that was Plan A. I was all part of the carbon credit, UBI, yada, yada deal. That was that. And then that got derailed, got changed. Possibly because of guys like Jamie Dimon and Jerome Powell and many others who were like, you're not cutting out the central banks. Because the UBI plan would have cut out the central banks, and they said no. So Plan B is really centered around Bitcoin, and it's creating a new parallel economy, because as his bond market and all the old Marshall Plan economies collapse, there's going to have to be something that replaces it. And I think that's what Trump is doing with now the Genius Bill he's talking about, using AI and Bitcoin and many of these other advances. Yeah, that all speaks of a Plan B. Now, I'm not saying that's necessarily this Plan B that Courtney's outlining here, but I'm sure there's some connective tissue, because a lot of these people all talk to each other. So there might be aspects of this Plan B that are going to be introduced in the unofficial Plan B of Trump. I'm not sitting here criticizing, because these things haven't happened yet. Or they're happening, but they're still in motion. I don't know how this is going to plan out. I don't know how it's going to affect me, my life, or you and your life, or some of that. It's not on me to judge these things. I've stopped doing that to a greater degree. You talk to me personally, or maybe me off the cuff, I'll give you my own personal feelings about something. I think Trump's, for example, if you want to get critical about Trump, I think his policy with Russia is the shits, the drizzling shits. It's stupid, and he should have gotten out of that whole conflict early on. He could have just said, "Hey, this is Biden's problem, not mine. This is the thing that Biden started. We're out." Could have done a lot of that. Didn't. Now he's saddled with it, making these threats to Russia. You got 50 days. Fuck off. What? No. Now, I've speculated on my show with Jim Jotras, which we'll be doing that tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern. we'll be doing a bit of catch up, especially with the Trump plans. It's on the new proclamations with the Ukraine and Russia. But I've been speculating quite often that this ceasefire deals and stuff like that reeks of putting a, saying, hey, this thing's going to be, we're going to get this ball rolling on this plan, and we need you to wrap this up so we can really get underway. We can't have these conflicts ongoing while we're doing this restructure. I think that's sort of the underlying, this is what I'm reading into the situation. I might be completely wrong or off base, but that's kind of what I'm reading into it. And so now the new thing is you got 50 days to wrap this up before as things start to roll now, especially on the economic front. There are things that are happening that cannot unhappen. It's just, it's like gravity and math. They can be stalled, but only to a certain point. As we see the tick over now in Japan and in Germany and a few other places, now it's inescapable. UK markets are going on. Like the UK markets are on fire. Just no one's pointing it out. Everyone sees the smoke, and where's the smoke coming from? It's like it's the UK markets are on fire. I don't make this stuff up, man. I just I got fed some information. I started plugging it into a matrix, and I started looking around for correlating facts. If I find them, I show them. I go, see, whoa. So, just to be clear for anyone who's coming into this channel and maybe not understanding it, is I'm not a Trump's cheerleader nor his open critic. I can criticize certain things because I think that bears out with the criticism. And I can even give him top marks for other things. Yay, good. I'm not here for that. You want pro-Trump messaging? Matthew Erickson's your boy. I love Matt, and I agree with him on like 99.9% of everything. So there's no conflict here, and where we disagree, it's usually over novel shit. But yeah, I'm just here to tell you. As I said, I'm a data weatherman. I just tell you which way the wind's blowing. You can do with that what you will.
In 2014, they, decided to move forward with trying to create Game B, which they call a new operating system for civilization. And so they...
well, thank you, Mr. Brisou. I appreciate that.
Proceeded, and I had this theory that the intellectual dark web was an influence operation for Game B. And I actually found an article in Manifest Nirvana from Andrew Cohen, and he pretty much says that. He doesn't use those words. Those are my words. That's a little heavy-handed. I don't think he would say it was an influence operation, but that's pretty much what he says. He says that the intellectual dark web laid the groundwork for the audience to acquiescence to the ideas of Game B. So it kind of seeded.
Just again, to be clear, I haven't watched this yet. So if there's connections here, we're making them in real time.
Background. So that is Game B, and we can go into more of the details on it. But then through the right-hand path, and a lot more people are familiar with it because so many of them are influencing and surrounding the Trump administration currently, we have the Dark Enlightenment.
About which show, Harry? My show or this show? Or that show or this show? Which show?
And I thought it was so funny because it was a couple of weeks ago, CNN did this little short clip about Curtis Yarvin. He said, there's this blogger. He's been blogging for over a decade. I'm like, almost two, but who's counting? Apparently not them. But he said, but it's very concerning because he has a lot of influence on the Trump administration, which is true. And the Dark Enlightenment operates, when I say right-hand path, more of the patriarchal, kind of autocratic, very like a kind of muscular type of energy. And they are very influential in the current Trump administration, which is supposedly right-hand path, right? He was under the Republican banner. And they really want to create, what they call, Curtis Yarvin calls it the Sovcorps Nick Land, who is kind of advanced this concept of the Dark Enlightenment, also known as the neo-reactionary movement. He was also the progenitor of the accelerationist movement, and he calls it GovCorp. but they're essentially very similar concepts, just operating under different marketing banners, I would say. The game B is more of your soft power kind of opt-in tyranny, where you have the illusion of everything being decentralized and you have complete voluntary, authority and sovereignty, personal sovereignty and agency, but they are going to create this collective intelligence, and that it will be re-centralized that way. And through the Dark Enlightenment, it's more of a top-down. In fact, Curtis Yarvin himself says that the problem with America is the government needs a reboot, and that we need to get over our fear of the dictator, and it should operate like a CEO running a company, that he is the dictator. And so that's kind of his concept. The idea of retire all government employees, he calls it RAGE, was very influential on this Doge operation. Although
Harry asks, are we covering the whole interview? Yeah, we're going to go. It's almost 2 hours. I don't know if we'll do the whole thing, because we're at 1:45. So we'll go for a bit. I'm not even commenting that much, so we might actually be able to get through most of it. If I start commenting, forget about it. But we're going to do, I think, a big chunk of it, because I think this is important. This is important for people to get their head around. As the Mr. Pursues here says that he's going to be trusting for life, and I've said too that if I was an American living in America, I would get behind Trump and be pro Trump more than anything else, because your options are not just limited, it's like almost zero. There is no other option for you at this point. Because if you are to consider any other party or political leader at the moment, there just really isn't any. There's no dynamism. There is no option for you or hope for you to possibly get something out of this. Even just in terms of order, something that Courtney is laying out here, and I understand why people get into the negative here. The tyranny of centralized authoritarian power. And if you think of it as a great evil or as a great problem in the world, because considering the fact that these people who are going to be probably the new overlords don't have the same moral framework we do, then that's an issue. I'm looking at it from a different perspective slightly. When I had Curtis Yarvin on with Pete Quinones, with the Joe Rogan for Interfed, people can go check that out. The one thing that I talked about with Curtis is that we're in a position now where we need to establish order, and almost any order will do. Because we're living in this anarcho-tyrannical state, this state of anarchy. Again, something that Father Seraphim Rose kind of predicted in his work in Nihilism. The issue here is that what is order? Not to get too Jordan Peterson. What depends on what you mean by order, but what you and I here in the chat, or someone from a Christian perspective, can discuss what order is, and that's a different conversation than what most people on the ground will accept as order. We saw this during the COVID era, that people will sacrifice all forms of sovereignty and liberty and all the rest of it to feel safe. And this time around, it won't be just some sort of weird conceptual disease. No, it'll be like people in your street. We're seeing scenes out of Spain where there's, the Muslim men between the ages of 18 and 30 or so will block down streets and are chanting, very violent messages to the Spanish people. And this is boiling over now into acts of violence. The age of the vengeful son is here. And we're into an age of total violence, totalizing violence on all levels. It's going to affect everyone and everything in some ways, and it also will beggar responses. So you have the Luigi Maggione situation. Well, he goes and takes out a CEO, a health CEO. And there are people on the left who champion it. Yay, good. moralistic arguments aside, here's your problem. If he becomes a model, there are going to be more and more of them. Then you find out, you look into groups like the Zizians, who are all, post-surgery shroom people, who are also doing acts of violence, vigilantism. This is also part of the vengeful son. And the reactions to this are also going to be part of that. Because you can't live in a state of anarchy. You can't build anything. You can't do anything, really. You want to know why birth rates are collapsing? Because for at least the last 30 or odd years or so, we've been in a state of war. You've been living in a war zone. It's not obvious. No buildings aren't being blown up on the daily and all that stuff. You see pictures of actual real war zones. Well, we're not living in that. It's like, yes, but you're living in a psychological, emotional, cultural war zone as things are being transformed all the time, and you don't know what tomorrow's going to be like. Your patterns of predictability have been wiped out. You want to know why people are going to accept AI? AI is a pattern recognition device. It predicts things. Its major contribution, really, is predictability. People want predictability. They need it. That's really what order, in many ways, is when you distill it down to the gestalt of what it means to the common person. Order means I know what tomorrow and next week and all the rest of it's going to be like. Even if it's not enfranchising me, even if I don't like the order, even if it makes me sad, at least I know what tomorrow's going to be like. If you're in a state of anarchy, you don't know that anymore. This is the danger of going to war with categories. Because if you screw with people's mental categories long enough, now they don't even know what words mean. It's destructive. And we're seeing the results of it. We're in a crisis of consequences. We're bearing out the consequences of the last 100 or so, maybe even longer, depending where you want to put the starting point. But certainly, even if you just want to do a micro-examination of it, at least the last, since the 1970s. It's the last 40, 50 years. That's where we're at. And because most of these crises have been artificially invented in order to capitalize on it, because really while we were sleeping, some of the most corrupt, awful human beings on the face of the planet, across the spectrum of generations, by the way, don't just keep blaming the boomers, have been put in positions of power all throughout the system. And what do? Well, they're very, very good at being corrupt. Not very good at anything else, but being corrupt, par excellence. So what they've been doing is just bringing the whole thing down, in and around our ears. Because they don't care about tomorrow or the future. They care about what they can get right now. Primal frame. Everything is right here. Gimme, gimme, gimme. And they create the crisis that's now in our face all the time. Can't look away from it. It's in your life. It's in your neighborhood. It's all over the place. People getting disenfranchised. Now, what we learned from Father Seraphim Rose's book, Nihilism, as he details all the different forms of nihilism, and it was that book alone is I credit it for being more influential in my thinking than I think anything else. Because one of the things he details it is that there's all these flip sides. I also credit Father Turbo Qualls for talking about depression being a form of pride and vainglory. Same way that Father Seraphim Rose talks about, we think of nihilism as sort of like this depression, this, nothing, everything is nothing, and nothing means anything, and why even get up the next day or clean your room or do anything? It's all zeroed, right? There's also vitalism, which is just a flip side of the same nihilism. It seems dynamic, it seems hopeful and vivant, right, in French. But it actually still is a form of nihilism. There's nothing there. There's no actual meaning other than vitalism itself. So when you see people online spearheading this form of vitalism, it's just more nihilism, just inverted. And it's crayon eating levels of stupidity, because they go, well, nihilism bad, so we'll do the opposite. But there's no depth to it. and bereft of depth. You're doing just the same thing, just more eagerly, more, more enthusiastically. Yay. This is why that book has really informed my sense in that liberal frame idea, that all these things are liberalism. And you don't get away from it. So you say, well, we're living under this, queer socialist order. We'll turn to National Socialism. We'll turn to the other thing, to fascism. That'll get them. And it's been done before to varying degrees of success. Here's a problem. Fascism is just another form of liberalism. You're not getting outside the frame. You're not breaking it. So while it might be great, it might be a useful tool to defeat the communists, now you'll just have that problem masquerading. If you're holding on to these weird forms called liberty, individualism, nominalism, materialism, you got liberalism problems. And you can't fix liberalism with more liberalism. It doesn't work. You got to break the frame. And the only way I know that's really effective of breaking that frame, Orthodox Christianity. Breaks it. Every single time.
Have you seen the movie that The Watchmen, based on the Alan Moore famous graphic novel?
I don't think I have. No.
Yeah, in that story, Alan Moore, who himself was kind of a committed Crowleyan, he has this character named Ozymandias, who is this tech sort of, he's like a business CEO mogul magnate, and his idea is kind of like, it's time to just kind of take over and let, CEO, tech, philosopher kings run everything. And it kind of gets into this idea of like, it's not explicitly technocracy, but it's kind of like it's sort of like that. And it's kind of the idea is that he needs to massively depopulate, the planet, like half of the planet needs to go away so that we can have a time of peace. And so this vision reminds me of what Alan Moore is kind of getting at. And I think the key point here that a lot of people, I want to be very clear about being nuanced, because my audience is going to take issue with some of the things that you're going to argue, which is fine, not a big deal. I think that, for example, I want to get into the Christian nationalism part, because I want to be really precise. I believe that the ideal government should be, in a Christian majority society, laws that reflect the belief system of the majority Christian people. That's my position. That does not mean that I think that we need to sort of subvert, take over the country, change everything, reboot everything into some kind of like Byzantine theocratic model. I don't think any of that's realistic. I also believe that a lot of the movements that would come forward as Christian nationalists, Protestants, and these kinds of people, I would never trust those movements. I would assume that those movements are from the outset probably co-opted or funded or created. So, because most movements, don't come out of nowhere. Movements generally have funding, and if they are generally organic, typically they can easily be bought and taken over. So, being very precise, I do believe in the form of government of a kind of Christian monarchy where there's limitations on the state. I do not believe that today's Christian nationalist movements represent some authentic vision of something that I would support, although I'm sure there's many people that are sincere in that. I just know from my Protestant background that a lot of the goofballs that I was involved in as a young Protestant who believed in this sort of Christian nationalist stuff are just clowns, or feds, or worse. So being very...
this is the problem with Christian nationalism. It's something that as soon as I heard the term, I just kind of dismissed. I'm like, there's okay. Regardless of your Christian faith, all right? I'm not going to get into that argument. But you have to then agree. The theological agreement that would be necessary for a Christian national state to actually function for any length of time would have to be absolute. You couldn't have theological debates. It had to be, we're, let's say, a Lutheran society, we're governing it this way. That's it. As we've seen in the last few years, and certainly the last decade with the woke phenomenon, quite a few of these Protestant denominations and even Roman Catholics, and look, even some, I think even some Orthodox Christians are being tugged in certain liberal ways, because the desire to be part of it, right, and to fit in and to have full pews and be relevant is a very dangerous desire. To feel irrelevant, to be off the island of relevancy, is dangerous for human beings, especially people who have these designs, these desires to fix things, and we're going to fix these things, and we'll institute our order, and our order will keep things, will prosper and do all these wonderful things. There's no real good reason to think that's true. On a moral level, yeah, of course. I'm not trying to argue against my own position, but one of the salient things that Curtis Yarvin brought into the conversation is these ideas of power levels and what you would have to require in order to get any of these things done. So under the current paradigm right now, if you wanted to change a street name, let's say in D.C. from Martin Luther King Boulevard to Trump Boulevard, the amount of political power and energy and all the rest of it you'd have to generate to get that one thing done is insane. Beyond the capabilities of most political parties at the moment. And that's a street sign. And you can just think of that. Think of that if Trump announces he's going to do that tomorrow. The absolute levels of shit show. I'm not saying that he couldn't do it. I'm just simply saying that it would take all of his attention for weeks, if not months, if not years, to get that done. Supreme Court justices debates just over a street sign. So it's not even so much I disagree. We can poke holes in whatever Christian nationalism is supposed to be like. But even if we could come to some sort of generalized agreement of what that would be like on a political sphere, and even we could come together with like a Christian nationalist constitution and ethical moral standards, and we could find a way to enforce we work all that stuff out. All that theory stuff is worked out. We got the plan. We're going to do it. To get it done would require power levels we just unheard of in today's society. Outside of a complete collapse scenario, which, by the way, movie brain people, and we all suffer from this on some level, we think complete collapse is like Mad Max, in which case you ain't getting anything else done because you got Mad Max problems. So a lot of people go, well, everything will collapse and we'll just build this thing out of the collapse. Like, well, yeah, but what about all the collapse problems you're going to have? How are you going to do that, genius? Oh, we just say it's going to happen, so it's going to happen. Okay, that's fine. We've been given the benefit from Christ of how this gets done. And how it gets done is you become unapologetically radically Christian enough to face sacrifice, to be sacrificed, to be hunted, to be scorned, to be fed to lions, literally. But over 300 years, you just change the whole system from within. Worked on the Romans, but no one wants to think about a 300-year time frame. You say that to people, what can we do now? What you can do now is what I've been keep saying. Return, repent, redeem. Say the Jesus prayer. Start modeling. And maybe, if we're successful in presenting a positive model, something that people want to be like, that our children want to say, hey, that was good. We were going to keep doing that. Great. Well, maybe in 300 years, things will change for the positive. But this obsession about we need this now, it's like, no, what we need to do right now? We need to suffer.
Very precise then, where we come in here with Courtney's point, which I think a lot of people in this audience would probably agree with, even if they take issue with some of the pro-enlightenment stances of the article. The puppet master type tech people.
Denise says the love for your child is all-consuming, very hard to balance. That's why I believe, and it's not just my belief. I agree with the belief that you actually have to become your love of God has to be absolute. That actually has to be your first love. That's it. Be beyond your love of your child and your wife and your family and everything else. You have to have love God the most, and then everything else becomes everything else. And that's a hard one.
They know these movements and these ideas, and what they want to do is seize upon the trends and where the winds are blowing to steer that into something which, in the case of, say, Curtis Yarvin.
Well, both ends says Jay shows a lot of maturity and grace, taking what Courtney is pointing out to while gently against Enlightenment priors nuance. They're friends too, so that helps. But how do I put this? I don't think Courtney's religious, is to my knowledge. Or if she is, I'm not quite sure what her religion is. I think she's maybe more of the agnostic school. I might be wrong. Chat, let me know. But from my prior knowledge of Courtney, she's not religious. So there's going to be a lot of things she's saying that are true, but they're not being filtered through the Christian frame or lens. And so that changes things. It's like all true, all factually true, very good information to have, but you also need the other stuff. You need like the flavor text on top of that to really make sense of big R reality.
Seems to be just another kind of atheist, nihilist, Nietzschean tech bro control grid as well. I mean,
Will Emmanuel says when someone like Andrew W. talks about it in Christian nationalism, he makes sure to clarify this is a thing that would take generations. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I don't dismiss everyone who ever talks about it, but I guess when I first started hearing about it, I heard about it from certain people or certain parts of the internet. And I was like, you guys can't even tie your shoes. What are you talking about? Like taking over the nation? Like it's silly. To have a Christian nation, you need actual real Christianity being produced by the people, and you don't got that yet. So, and don't give me the fact, whoa, America, most people are Christians. Like, yeah, of what kind? Are you involving the snake handlers there too, there, buddy? If you're including the Mormons in that number, then there's a bigger conversation to be had.
Is that kind of what you're getting from your research?
Yeah, and it gets way worse when you add Nick Land, because Nick Land is pretty much a straight up occultist. He was one of the forerunners of the CCRU, which is the Cybernetic Culture Research Unit at Warwick University. And I have some links actually that are really hard to find. I did quite a bit of digging in the way back.
Just to be clear, Curtis Yarvin and Nick Land had a big falling out a while back now. Mostly because Land thought Curtis didn't go far enough.
And one of them is like xenosystems.demon.uk, and he's got all sorts of ideas about essentially demon type, using fictionalized kind of labels, but very much demonology in order to influence the direction of the future. And he's very influenced by people like Lovecraft and Julius Evola. And he has this whole idea of technoplastic beings. He has this idea of, accelerationism, just for people who are not familiar, is essentially this theory that he thinks capitalism is doomed, it's going to fail. He's not a proponent of it, but he thinks that we should use it in order to push it to its nth degree so it can reach its apocalyptic state much faster, and that we should use technology to do that. And so that's what his whole thesis is around. It's that we're
quick question here. Now, we've done some interviews with BX on Twitter. I don't know if you're familiar with her, but she's come on InfoWars with me a few times, I think, and she's been on with Harrison Smith too. And she talks about accelerationism having a lot of overlaps with these sort of online satanic cults. Do you think that's also kind of going on here as well? Is there a sort of I mean, I get the impression from, I don't know Nick Land's philosophy that well. I did hear him on a couple podcasts of some friends of ours, and I think they were just talking about Nietzsche. They weren't really going into accelerationism, but it seems like the idea is pretty wicked. Like, oh, let's collapse everything quicker so that we can have the new thing come in. But the thing about that is, like, what they want to bring in is probably going to be worse than the worst parts of what we have now.
It's way worse. And I mean, Nick Land brings through this really dark fantasy.
Well, okay. Nick Land's, and this is my understanding of it, Nick Land's idea of capital equals human competency, right? Human competency creates capital. So what Nick is really proposing is, through accelerationism, is to use human capital, competency, to basically break through this let's say artificial capitalism kind of ideology, right? In some ways, I think Nick is trying to see this liberal frame, and he wants to break out that frame, and he's identifying it as capitalism, where I think it's much more pernicious than all that. But okay. And again, this is not me championing Nick Land. It's just to clarify from my perspective. The Nick Land's ideal future, or the future he sees as the best thing for human beings, is sort of that cyberpunk, kind of ideal, where man and machine kind of meld. So we don't need capital. We don't need these. In some ways, we embrace the material to such a point that we are free of the material. The ultimate act of liberation would be not to be beholden to the material world at all. And you do that through automation and robots and AI and basically freeing us from all these like piddling work so that man can become true mind. I think that's really the kind of cornerstone of sort of the Nick Landian ideal future. Yeah, and yeah, I agree with you in both. And Nick Land is almost impossible to read. Yeah, it's very difficult to read. It's very, so whenever people bring him up, it's like, I understand how I feel like Nick Land's influential in a lot of these tech circles, but it's more like everyone claims to have read him and no one has, or the people who have read him don't understand what the hell he's talking about. So I don't even know if Nick understands what he's talking about half the time. But regardless, I think he's sort of like that litmus test of like, oh, you're a big brain because you read Nick Land. And it's like, I think a lot of people claim to have read him and have no idea what they're talking about. It's like, I'm sure if you go to almost all these VC guys, they all have a copy of like 0 to 1 on the coffee table. Very few have actually probably read it, or Network State somewhere on the bookshelf. Very few have read it.
He brings to fruition the vision of what would be this transhuman leading to a post-human world. His concept of technoplastic beings is basically, this like synthetic biology, man merging with machines kind of a vision.
So it's just straight transhumanism.
It's transhumanism. And he lays the groundwork through, a more mechanistic type of philosophy. Actually, he has a term, the mechanistic desire, which, he talks about the future of humanity is going to be.
Yeah, exactly, Nick.
Reshaped by and eclipsed by technology. So essentially the singularity, right?
It goes all the way back to people like, when I was younger, it was Ulysses, by James Joyce. Like, oh yeah, I've totally read Ulysses, or Moby Dick. Everyone's got a copy of it. All the smarts, bohemian intellectuals, which I was one. It was that annoying. We've all read it. And like, I actually read it, and I was like, this is not like as great as everyone. Has everyone actually read this thing? It's all right, but even Moby Dick. I read Moby Dick, and I like Moby Dick quite a bit. But everyone, you can tell how much if someone hasn't read Moby Dick about the amount they talk about it. It's wax on poetically because they watched a seminar, or read some synopsis, or watched a YouTube video about it, and in reality, you're like, have you read the book? Because it's like, it's a man and a whale, right? Like. Yeah, I know it's a bigger concept and stuff, but you're talking about you're waxing poetic about stuff that's not really in here. So I hate to break it to you.
That's his whole vision, but he's really, really dark. So yeah, I would say, Curtis Yarvin comes from, his parents were...
Catch in the Rye was a major disappointment. I think the only book that was always touted as some sort of big intellectual bookmark, like if you have this book, you must be smart, was Sound the Fury by William Faulkner. When I first read him, and then I got into Faulkner pretty deep. And I will say, Sound the Fury and As I Lay Dying, and a lot of Faulkner's work is really true brilliance in terms of literacy brilliance. Dostoevsky's another one where a lot of people poo-poo about Dostoevsky. Very people have read him. I would put Dostoevsky up there with genius level writing. But there's very few of them, right? A lot of people just like talk about it, but very few people have ever read it, or they've read, part of a book. And, I'm a big fan. Like, are you really? Great.
Communist. He's more of a nihilistic kind of...
We're going to agree to disagree there, Harry.
Atheistic. That's more of his framework. And he looks at things very... It's bizarre, but it's also it's linear in a way. Like you just have a CEO, he's a dictator, he runs everything, and this is just a kind of black and white type of operating in a vacuum type of philosophy and theories. Whereas Nick Land is, he's pretty dark. The CCRU, his partner, it was founded by Sadie Plant, who's like a cyberpunk feminist. So yeah, I have a lot of...
That's such an odd pairing there. But maybe then again, maybe it's not an odd pairing.
I don't think it is because of the concepts, like the concepts of hyperstition, where we're going to use... Hyperstition is like where we're going to use fictionalized ideals in order to create reality. So everything is it's just not rooted in reality. And that's the common theme I find with all of these things, like all of the concepts that I've laid out, particularly in this article, is it's not rooted in reality. It's what I call spiral metaphysics as opposed to a plumb line. It's not anchored in anything. And I think that that's so important because...
Nihilism. People... A standard bearer of humanity, maybe because of our fallen nature or whatever, but something that bartenders you quickly figure out when you deal with enough people is everyone is looking for an advantage. Everyone's looking for leverage. Everyone, at all times. Trying to impress you with their intellectual prowess and stuff like that, whatever. So someone like Nick Land, for example, or Curtis Yarvin, or a few of these other people, basically intellectuals, self-prescribed or otherwise, are people of the mind. They believe that that's their advantage, that they have these great minds, and so they're going to promote systems that advantage people of the mind, a pure mind. That's really what a Nick Land ultimate system is. Beings of pure mind. Free yourselves from the bodily concerns, all these, a great line from Milan Kundera's Unbearable Lightness of Being. It's only a really good book, by the way, but it's a good one. He talks about, there's a section about Soviet kitsch. And he starts the story off about Stalin's son, who was captured during World War II and brought to a concentration camp. And as the story goes, Stalin's son was ordered to clean out latrines, and he couldn't deal with that. He was like, I'm not going to be brought so low. So he literally committed suicide or whatever. He ran towards the gates and was shot down, trying to escape because he couldn't deal with the idea of cleaning out latrines. So Kundera's idea is that Soviet kitsch, or kitsch itself, is the denial of shit. It's an interesting chapter. Everyone should read it. It's if you don't read the whole book, that's just one chapter that's quite good. And I always think about that. I'm always brought back to that because there are people who just don't want to deal with the body, like don't want to deal with the shit. Don't want to deal with suffering, don't want to deal with harm, don't think it's beneath them in some ways. How dare you? How dare I suffer or have to suffer indignities and have to, eat food? There's the whole tech thing where people were getting protein shakes and protein foods and all this weird stuff. Like, I forget the name of it, but it was big in the tech world because you could just like pop this pallet or something like that and it gives you all the essential nutrients and ingredients to keep you going. This hyper-materialistic world brings us down to function, as if that's all we are. All we are supposed to do is just function. think big thoughts for the sake of thinking big thoughts, because that's what an intellectual does, right? Category intellectual, think big thoughts. Category engineer, make the big things, make the things happen. When you reduce people down to function or categories, that's all you're allowed to be. It's a miserable kind of conceptual existence, but that's what some people want because that's their only advantage. That's all they have. They're not attractive. They're not physically fit. They don't know how to build anything else, but they can think things. They can talk about things. Now, I have a comparable advantage in that as well when I'm not stuttering or whatever. God has given me certain gifts. But I would never think that this is all there should be. Construct a world where all it is just commentary and criticisms and, watching videos and talking about it. This is sort of an extension in many ways of my bartending life, where I have people, my regulars, who show up and we have a chat and we, talk about certain things and go off on our lives. And if it services people, makes it, as long as you, the only thing ultimately that I hope for people to get out of this channel in many ways is the knowledge and the feeling that you're not alone. I'm here with you, bud. I'm here. And we can sit down and we can talk. And if you don't like me, you don't like my face, whatever. And you want to, sound off in the chat. As long as you're being interesting about it, I'm here for it. We can go back and forth on things. But ultimately, it means you're not alone. You're not as isolated as you think you are. And after coming out of that whole great flu period, I realize how isolated most people feel. One of the big things about being a bartender is you realize that most of your big regulars, guys who come in all the time, are just lonely men who need to sit somewhere and be somewhere. And you be just the bud. Just talk. Doesn't have to be anything profound. And it works, because that's what a lot of people need, is a sense of being. Spud says, I think it's hilarious that one solar flare would level all these high ideas, and these navel-gazing nihilists would be back to chucking rocks at squirrels for food within a week. Yeah, I know. It's very interesting to me always, like this. It's like almost like this obvious insecurity that's just laying dangling out there. Imagine like you live in a world with like tigers everywhere, and you're just like, a tiger lives under your bed, and you're just like dangling one foot over that bed all the time, just like daring it. It's freaking stupid. Okay, I'm gonna play a little bit more this way, right back.
The whole goal of these technocrats, and now they're merging it with religion, and I'll touch on that, to address what you pointed out with the Christian nationalism. And I agree with you. I don't think they're authentic. I think it's a veneer. It's a facade. They're using it because, that concept of the three-legged stool, they need the religious component in order to usher in, and especially since they're operating currently in the right-hand path, which tends to be comprised of more religious oriented people.
One question, when you use the term dark enlightenment early on, are you referring to when the New York Times put out that article a while back when it was like Peterson and Sam Harris and I forget who was sitting around this big table, or using this, is this more specifically like tech bros?
No, they were probably, I don't know what reference you're using, but they were probably talking about the Dark Enlightenment. I mean, the Dark Enlightenment comes from Curtis Yarvin. It was called the neo-reactionary movement. They called it NRX. So it's a neo-reactionary movement.
This I do know about, but I just think when I hear Dark Enlightenment, I think of that. It was a famous New York Times piece, and they had a picture of a dinner meeting with Joe Rogan. I think Joe Rogan was there, and it was like Peterson and Sam Harris. Let me see if I can find it. And maybe Curtis Yarvin was even there. I don't remember. Let me see who was at this. New York Times. Oh, excuse me. I'm mixing this up with the intellectual dark web. I'm sorry. I'm mixing up my terms. Never mind. That was a 2019 article. But actually, some of these people overlap, right? Like, isn't there some overlap? I said the
intellectual dark web was a influence operation for Game B, and there is overlap. Yeah. So
my mistake. Carry on.
No, that's I would say Dark MAGA has a lot of ties to, I think that they're hearkening to the Dark Enlightenment.
Is that was Thiel, right?
That was Elon Musk.
Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm totally forgetting Elon's part. Like I'm looking at your article and I got Peter Thiel and I'm thinking about Yarvin and then I'm totally forgetting Elon.
Yeah. So I in this article I talk about Peter Thiel as being kind of like the grandmaster architect. Now I certainly don't think that he's like. I think there are puppet strings above him. He's only a billionaire. That's a lot to me. But
take care, Harry. We'll see you again soon.
I don't think he's running the world, but he's what we can see. I can speculate about the strings that are being pulled above him. I know he has some overstate ties. There's obviously his whole military-industrial complex affiliations, and I think there's some Habsburg axis there. But for what we can actually see, I was focused more on the tangible. That's also what we have some agency over, right? We can only speculate otherwise. So. But yeah, so I talk about him as and he's also the overlapping between the two groups. So when I was saying that they're not rooted in reality, there's not, it's not a plumb line where they're anchored to anything real. I think it's so important because what essentially they want to do, in my opinion, is they want a technological immanentization of the eschaton. So that's how I see it. I think that, they're, whether they, don't think they're going to heaven or they don't know what happens or they're just complete nihilists. I don't know what their worldview is. I can speculate, but I'm not in their heads. But I think that they want to create heaven on earth. And so they have to make a simulacra. And that's what this whole transhuman agenda is all about. And in order to do that, you have to distort people's perceptions of reality. You have to have a constructivist worldview in order for that to functionally operate.
That's an interesting point. Do I agree with it? I can see where she's getting it from. I think the problem when you're introducing religious terms into the mix of people who are irreligious. Ms. Pursuit says it's called Tikkun Olam. Yeah, there's parts of that. But see, I think when people get too observant of that tribe, you give it too much power. They're just one node in this. And I think there might be an outdated node anyways. Hey, that 80-year curse is coming up in about 5 years, 2030. Auspicious year. Kind of weird. It's always been Project 2030. Why 2030? Well, 80-year curse coming. Get some stuff done before that. Trying to work your way around it. You can't. I don't know if applying these kind of Christian terms outside of, let's say, Peter Thiel, who is an avowed Christian, like Elon Musk might play around with these things. I think Elon Musk might be deeply involved in the occult and many of those other kind of aspects. I think there are many people who are spiritualists, but people who don't adhere to any sort of Christian framing or believe in sort of an eschaton being the end times. I think a lot of that talk about that singularity moment does have a certain language and symbology that's relevant. With those terms, but I don't think that they really ascribe to it the same way, let's say, a Christian would. So it's always dangerous when using these terms because when we say that, well, okay, they want an eschaton to create this heaven on earth movement, right? That means something to us that may mean something completely different to them. And it certainly means something completely different to, let's say, that special tribe. So, or to any other little group. So it's this word concept fallacy kind of concept that has to get introduced. And I think we might be speaking past each other. I don't think, from my understanding and my readings of Nick Land and Yarvin and all the rest of it, that they want some sort of great end for a great beginning. I think they really do believe in some sort of substantiated order, and then things just will start to happen. I don't really think they thought that far ahead in terms of what the 1,000-year vision will be. I really don't think they're thinking that far ahead. I think they're thinking much more materialistically within their own time frame.
And I think that's why these philosophies are so incredibly important for their agenda. So
both Anne says, and this is something I do agree with, I don't know if the motivation is creating heaven on earth. I suspect they're just terrified of dying. Yeah, they're terrified of judgment. The only reason you're afraid of death is because you're afraid of judgment.
They're all rooted in some form of relativism where you kind of create your
either judgment of God or judgment of history. Either way. Because once you're gone, you're off the board. You can't control any of that stuff. So what people think about you in 100 years, if you even get mentioned that far into the future, is going to be different than what people think of you today. If people think of you greatly favorably today, 100 years they may not think of you at all. They may not think of you that way. Or, and here's the other thing, here's the big pride and vainglory moment, they may not think of you at all. And I think that is just as terrifying to them, to certain people, as hell. The term narcissist gets thrown around too often. It's just simple forms of pride and vainglory. You have to kind of think of the mentality of the kind of person who would even get to this position and hold this position for any length of time. It's pretty impressive. You know, what we saw Peter Thiel do to Gawker, pretty impressive. And I mean, I'm not saying it's good or bad, whatever, but I'm saying it's a complete and total execution of power in a pretty destructive, wonderful way. So we have to consider what's the mentality of that kind of person. You know, who would want these things? Who would have these ambitions even? The kind of person that would want these things is going to be a very different person necessarily than you and I. And trying to make these people relatable in that sense, I think is a bad way of going at it. Mr. Sue says, funny because I think Thiel doesn't have children, not yet, not to my knowledge. There certainly won't be people to think of his legacy in the future. Well, I mean, he's throwing it to history, right? His legacy. If you're thinking that you create such a great legacy that people will have to talk about you in terms, like, you know, people still talk about Henry Ford, for example, because Henry Ford created a legacy. Now, maybe not everyone on the face of the planet talks about Henry Ford every day, but they do talk about him. You know, it's that reference to Rome all the time. People talk about Julius Caesar a lot, comparatively, you know, to his overall impact of history. But that one right across the Rubicon, man, everyone references it.
Reality. And when you talk about the sort of hyperstition and the influence of these different, I mean, are you quite literally saying like they're literally taking Lovecraft and Tolkien and like saying, let's use that as a way to actually create this reality? Like sci-fi, they're basically sci-fi dorks that are saying we're going to set up like a sci-fi future and we run the shit.
Yeah. I like one of his terms is Shaggoth.
From Lovecraft, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's like a huge term for Nick Land. So yeah, no, he's literally, and I mean, almost all of Peter Thiel's companies are named after,
right?
Like Valar. And
keep in mind also, and again, I'm just playing different narrative sides here. All these guys are all Gen Xers. I'm a Gen Xer. We're very self-referential. I mean, if you want to, someone who breaks this down brilliantly is. Pulp Fiction. Oh shoot, why am I so bad with names sometimes? This is my age showing. Tarantino. Tarantino in his podcast, or one of his podcasts, talking, I think it's about Dirty Harry or something like that. But regardless, he talks about Gen Xers. He talks about his generation in terms of references. And you see it all the time. Because the one thing that was cross-cultural for us was TV and movies. Was big, right? Blockbusters were created during Gen Xers' youth. TV shows went into syndication during our youth, during our generation. So suddenly you went from having like 3 channels and only a very limited amount of shows to having a bunch more channels and also having continuous programming. So a lot of us just saw the same shows all the time and could communicate in shows. So it's like this kind of weird Gen X code. You know, cultural reference coding. it's a very big hallmark of my generation. And again, I'm not a guy who likes using generational stuff as an explanation for things, but that one, pretty perfect, because you see it all over the place. Kevin Smith, all the rest of it. So I'm not saying that what Courtney's playing out here is incorrect. I'm also saying that you have to also take into account that all these guys are all Gen Xers, and they just might be doing this referential stuff. You know, Shaggorath is this guy from Lovecraft. Is also a character in Marvel Comics. So it's like this shorthand meaning for things. That's cool and referential, and if you get the reference, you're part of the cool group. You know, like there's a big communication cachet that happens with Gen X about this that I think you see in other generations for sure, but it's really a big Gen X hallmark. Zhangwei says, bully Thiel into wearing a cape.
Yeah.
Palantir, and then you've got
Vader.
What's the one that the
Cloak.
Lucky guy runs? Anduril, which is the sword that
I know there's
Strider
which
has.
Epstein invested in.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Epstein invested 70 million, and I think it's now like 140, or maybe it was 40 million. It's now 170 million, something like that. Yeah. So they were partners on that. But yeah, so I kind of see those two as like the Hegelian poles, but the synthesis is the network states, and the network states are kind of the umbrella, because all of them operate under network states, even if they don't call them network states. So in Game B, they have a term called Civium, the Civium project. And I had done one of my Substacks, I outlined that it was the path to mass surveillance. And I talk about all the different 15-minute cities, the smart cities, the C40 cities for the UN's AI World Society.
Friendless says Shagar, also known as Rabbi Shimon Gershon Rosenberg, 1949 to 2007, was a Jewish thinker who explored mysticism through a unique lens, drawing on Kabbalah, Hasidism, and philosophical ideas. Yeah, a lot of this stuff. Someone else mentioned life support. Plugger says the biggest challenge in deciphering what's going on behind the scenes is trying to understand how the players are like us and how they're not like us. It's very, very true. We tend to condense things down to some sort of like knowability, right? So I think one of your priors you have to dismiss entirely is that these guys operate with any kind of moral or ethical framework that we do. There might be overlap. Sometimes they do, but I think they're much more loose about it. They'll go where they go, right? If the information changes or if the paradigm changes and it shifts and this is more valuable over here, they just shift with it. They're not really interested in, they're not beholden to ideologies or ethics or any of that the same way that you and I might be. They'll just change your worldview on a dime. So that's one thing to consider. The other thing to consider, and it's kind of parallel to that, is that when we talk about what they want, ultimately, I don't get a great sense that they have that in mind in some ways. Like, they'll come up with stuff, and they'll validate it through, great big symposiums and TED Talks and, complex systems and all that stuff. They'll justify it and glorify it in some ways through that. But I don't really think they're thinking this thing through in the way that we would expect them to. I don't see evidence of that. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not part of the closed door conversation, so who knows what they're talking about. I don't see evidence of that. And I certainly don't see evidence of that leading up to this point. When you look at, Plan A, let's call it, the Davos crowd and all that stuff, their whole plan revolved around the awareness that the financial system they had set up after the Marshall Plan was going to collapse at some point. So all of their plan was dealing with that massive crisis, that big problem that they were trying to solve. So carbon credits and all that stuff and blah, 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 was just to solve the big giant Marshall Plan problem. They had printed themselves into a very understandable suicide pact they had to deal with. Oops. Once you realize that's kind of, they're just reacting. So, being a neo-reactionary is a new term, but really it's just a different form of reaction. That's kind of where they're at. And I think, earlier on someone says they're just afraid of dying. Yeah, I think a lot of this philosophy and all that stuff, and even Gnosticism and, Kabbalism and trying to create spells and all this other stuff, is just a way around dying, becoming irrelevant. So they'll make pacts with dark powers because they feel that that's their way of guaranteeing the relevancy. But Satan doesn't create. He uses. There are no good devils. They're not interested in doing good in the world or being harnessed for good. No, they want to destroy us. They want to hurt you and make you off yourself. That's the big game plan of demons. However they get that done, they're going to get that done.
Right. And then they have, but the analogy that I use is it's kind of like if you had a buffet of ice cream, but it's not made with any of the real stuff. Like it's all chemicals that are, not so great for you, but they're going to give you all different flavors to choose from. So if you like strawberry, if you like, chocolate, vanilla, blueberry, whatever it is, you can pick your poison and it'll be in a nice, pretty wrapper for you. And that's kind of what they do. So a lot of people are not on board with the 15-minute cities, so don't worry. The Trump supporters can get the freedom cities.
Well, this reminds me of I'm sure crypto ties into this too, because I remember there was a while there where Vitalik from Ethereum was pushing the idea of freedom cities. I think that was his term too. I don't know if he's referring to the same thing that Trump was talking about, but it was freedom.
Smart cities, freedom cities. We can get into Prospera and a whole bunch of these other development systems, again, funded by Peter Thiel and many other Thiel network people that are going on in Honduras and many other places, essentially creating, the old term was smart cities. So tech cities. That's a big hallmark. And it's funny that we haven't heard about freedom cities from Trump for a bit, but yeah, that was a major promise as well, to revitalize American cities through creating freedom cities. Nice orderly place to live, and it'll work. People will be attracted to that. Little tiny Singapore is all the place, kind of like Curtis Yarvin's Patchwork. Life Supports Plugger says, I like the purple ice cream, tastes like the crayons. Yes, it's true.
Cities where you're going to have essentially the whole city, a smart city built on and around Ethereum. I mean, I don't know that will ever actually come to fruition, but did you encounter anything like that where crypto ties into it?
Yes, hugely. So it ties in across the board. With Peter Thiel, he's got his Prospera, right? This is the Bitcoin cities in Roatan, Honduras. And there's a really interesting documentary. I forgot the exact name of it, but it's something like the illegal billionaires. I
watched a documentary on this. It's like a little bitty tiny place that doesn't even have hardly anybody living there yet.
Well, I mean, it's not super populated, but there's a lot of controversy because.
No, I'm familiar with this. No, I know what you're talking about.
And there's like this one, they're doing a lot of kind of transhuman experiments there because they're not subject to any, laws. They make their own laws, and they can do all this quote unquote life extension under the banner of life extension. They can do all this experimentation. They had one where in this documentary, they showed that they use like a VR headset, and it creates basically like a psychedelic trip.
Yeah.
Through these headsets. So and the subsidiary of Prospera, it was called, this is another thing, they always rebrand. They're always changing their names, their personal names, the names of their companies. We saw this with Neurohacker is now Qualia Life. That's a Game B affiliated kind of operation under the guise of like basically life extension and wellness. But then we've got Prospera's subsidiary was Vitalia, and if you go to the way back, you can still find it, and it says come to a city where you can make death optional. and now it's called Infinita. And these are all, it's Bitcoin cities. There's Bitcoin Nation. The whole concept of all of these network states is that everything will be run based on whatever your flavor of cryptocurrency would be.
Yeah, right. I noticed too, like when you go to Prospera now, there's links to, like here's a guy's discussion where he says, I went to Prospera to edit my DNA so that I could live for forever. It's like, come on, dude. That's so ridiculous. I mean, it's like they're going to, and we've been talking about this for a long time. I know you have too, like the idea of these smart cities, which were planned a long, long time ago. It's almost like they're going to have like, this will be where the CEOs and the entrepreneurs come to live in their freedom city. But to me, I would never trust this, not because I doubt Bitcoin. I'm a big believer in Bitcoin, but this is just some guy's idea of getting a bunch of influencers and entrepreneurs onto some transhumanist island. It's like, the plane, boss, the plane. Fantasy Island, but it's like
Look what they did to Maui.
Fantasy Island with, it's like Peter Thiel's Fantasy Island or something, which sounds like a horror movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it sounds very dystopian to me. The other thing that people need to recognize is that they couch this all in very, I have issues philosophically with libertarianism, but I don't even think that they are authentically libertarian. Even if
a lot of these people, they're not really even holding to that.
Even what libertarian claims to be, they're not. So, but they're using that banner. So they use the terms like decentralized and like, so when they're talking about these concepts, I think, they keep using terms that would appeal to more libertarian-minded people, and I think it's because they're trying to capture the people who weren't captured through either the left or the right. Right now, they're going to put the libertarian kind of banner over it.
Well, this is how Silicon Valley was built up. Was the whole ethos was libertarian, but it was actually essentially a military-industrial complex thing.
Exactly.
There's a distinction here between libertarianism and libertinism, and often these two things overlap. I mean, I've been an open critic of libertarianism for years now, so we won't even have to get into that. But like libertinism is kind of, that's really what I think what these people are promoting in a lot of ways. We would say in the current form, that's usually the degeneracy movements and stuff like that. But it really comes down to do as you wilt. Do as you like. Harm and suffering and anything that displeases you is bad and wrong and should be eliminated. And you should only be surrounded by and basically only doing things that pleases you. Anything that, gets in the way of your pleasure, bad, wrong. Get rid of that. It's liberalism, as I've said before, equals Luciferianism every single time. Exalting the passions, inverting or poo-pooing the virtues. Because why would you want those virtue things? Those are hard, and those might displease people, and might make other people upset. But your passions are great. Pride, vainglory, even anger. As we're entering this age of wrath, use that anger, tear it down, so they can build it back up in their image. And if a bunch of you die along the way, hey, breaking some eggs, gotta make some omelets, man. Some cyber omelets. What do you want? Come on. What were you doing anyways?
Overlapping with things like Burning Man and the whole theosophical drug cult. Right. But they use terms like voluntary, right? So that's very appealing to somebody who might be a quote unquote voluntarian. But what they don't recognize is, and they never mention this, is once a smart contract is in place, I don't know. Good luck, buddy. Like, I don't know how you're exiting that one. Like, you don't negotiate with a smart contract. You can try and negotiate with people, and that doesn't always go as well as you might hope. But to negotiate with a smart contract, especially one that's recursive, right? Once it's been put in place and it's recursively implemented, then it's just going to be exponential as to whatever code has been inputted. So I find that really concerning. And I think a lot of people have this idea, it's a very Pollyanna kind of notion that, if I go into this network state and it's my carnivore network state, or I decide now I want to be a vegan, I'm going to go into this one. I don't think it's going to be quite that fluid. And I don't think that And there's also I think the mistake that people.
Well, okay, but let's play devil's advocate on that. Even if it is that fluid, that just means that all these things are meaningless. There is no meaning attached to the state. It's just like Disneyland of passions. Whatever kind of floats your boat. You like this, you like that. What do you like? The veneer, the interaction level, will be a pleasure interaction, but it has to be held together by something that's objective, or else it just will fall apart. You can't have a libertarian world if libertarian world's natural processes just makes the whole place collapse. So you'll be sold libertarian world, you'll be sold Ancapistan or whatever you have you, and you'll interact with it like Disney World. There'll be rides and stuff like that, and everything that all your sensory data will confirm that you're living in Ancapistan. But the substrata, the thing you're not dealing with, won't be that. It'll be something else. It'll be something that actually functions. And so the question is, over time, will the illusion of the Ancapistan place deteriorate into the function, which I think it will be. And again, this is the big question of, well, what is the actual objective function? How is this thing actually really run? Because maybe we can again speculate. We're talking about silly things in Minecraft, right? We don't know how these things will play out. But what if the substrate of your system is held together with Soylent Green world, or sacrificing children world? Like, that's what you need to have to do to make the thing run, but you don't see that, right? It's over here. It's behind the curtain. Don't worry about that. You're interacting with Ancapistan world. Yay! Also, it's very temporal. To imagine that in 100 years or 200 years or 500 years, people are going to still be talking about veganism or, carnivore dietism or Ancapistan or libertarianism or, whatever the thing is. It's silly. History does bear us out that way. If it turns into like Westworld kind of thing, whatever people's fantasy is, you just go and live in that fantasy world for a bit. Cool. Here's a problem, is that fantasies are always going to be changing. So your interaction with this thing is always going to be changing, which again means that the substrata, the thing that holds this thing together, the code, has to be objective. There has to be an objective truth there that is beyond the fantasy, beyond the interaction, beyond the what is it called, the user interface. Can't just be that novel, or else it's just going to collapse. If you like the show, folks, like, subscribe, and share. Let people know where we're at. We'll do a bit more because we're at 30-minute mark, and we're almost at 2 a.m. for a lot of people, or 2 in the afternoon with me. We'll wrap it up around the 2:15 mark. Get it through a bit more. And of course, if you like this show, if you like Jay and Courtney, go over to Jay Dyer's show, like and subscribe to Jay. Make sure you give it some big love to this show, or this episode, and let them know I sent you. Yeah. Give me a bit of rub, too. And of course, if you'd like to support the show, many ways of doing that. Streamlabs is always the best way, especially sending over in USD, $5, $10, any kind of bucks always helps, because I'm here in Australia, so it's favorable exchange rates for me, so you don't have to send a lot to make a big difference in me and my family's life. So I appreciate y'all who do.
Make thinking that somehow you're going to have more freedom just because it's a smaller community. But
Right.
Do you think that if you violate the rules of this community, this network state, that's going to go well for you? You think they don't have like Stasi networks operating?
Well, I was going to say, I mean, how do we know this isn't just some, cult that's running it, and then the private security on the island basically answers to the oligarch that runs the island? So it's like,
Exactly.
I mean, what's under the guise of libertarian freedom is literally going to be like a, technocratic dictator island is what this sounds like it turning into. And I'm not saying that because of some, vast principled idea of what the ideal system should be, but rather human nature has a tendency to want to.
Galactus says you're going to make a dual stream on Rumble soon, Jason. I've kind of given up on Rumble, to be honest with you. It's the same feeling I had with Odyssey and with BitChute. I just noticed that their numbers are very weird. So I'm not saying there's no organic growth or people on those channels, but I feel a lot of it's just botted. I feel the same way about YouTube and some of that as well, but I've been on YouTube for so long now that it's kind of just one of the main vectors. It's why I'm over on Kick. I think Kick is actually much more accurate. And when you're making like business plans and all that kind of stuff with that, you want to actually be making sure you're talking to real people as much as possible. And there's a crap ton of bots over on Kick as well, but it's a standard ass problem. It's also why I stopped streaming to X, because I'm like, there's just no benefit to streaming long streams to X. No one, I think, sits there on X and watches this kind of thing unless they're involved in a group chat or something like that. So yeah, right now it's really just streaming, especially these long streams, over to YouTube and to Kick, and I've kind of given up on Rumble.
To dominate, you know what I mean? It's libido dominandi to a degree. I'm not saying that I agree with everything Augustine said, but fallen human beings have a tendency to.
Breakfast Tacos in here saying Antichrist is fake like Chris God. I don't know who Chris is.
To be corrupt when they get extreme amounts of power. And what appears to be a very supposedly freedom-based situation, I would just be, again, it's like, if I'm going to this island where supposedly it's based around freedom, but, Peter Thiel owns like a private security company that runs the island. Who has the power there? Really?
Yeah. Well, and let's not forget, I wrote it's a very long piece it's called The Algorithmic Oracle. And the whole premise behind it is that the origins of the Delphi method come from sensitivity training, which, is essentially brainwashing, and does have military roots as well, naval intelligence research. Yep. And Kurt Lewin, Tavistock. But then the Delphi method kind of codified this into a much more kind of systematic, mechanistic type of operation through RAND Corp. And now what we have is essentially the Delphi method and sensitivity training on.
Just let's deal with this for a second, because I guess you were saying Antichrist is fake like Christ. Okay, here's the thing. Even if you believe that Christ is just a fictional character, the fact is that civilizations and culture and many mechanisms you enjoy here in the West are based off of belief in Christ, right? Off that Christ character, using Christ as a model for many things, such as your legal system and all the rest of it. So even if you think Christ is a fictional character that people have based a belief on and built entire, institutions and frameworks in your civilization that's present, an Antichrist would be the anti of that. Would be the inversion of that. So, whatever you feel about your legal system, well, it's based on a Christian ideal of innocence, right? An innocent victim. So innocent before proven guilty, that doesn't exist without a Christian framework. Sorry, that's just how it works. Even if you think it's all bullshit, even if you think it's all fake and made up, that's true. So it's just historically true. It's a fact. You can do with it what you want. So an antichrist system would be something, an inversion of that. So, the idea of being guilty until proven innocent would be the inversion of it. And if you want to live in that world, go ahead, live in that world. I don't, so I'm not going to, without a fight. How about that?
Steroid.
See what I'm talking about, fucking crayon eaters? Every single fucking time.
It's through algorithms, the cybernetic feedback loops of the algorithm. So they're data mining you. So if you have like a Peter Thiel, Palantir type of panopticon network state, they're constantly watching you and they're surveilling, collecting all this data. And you think they can't use that data to then program you and to control you? That's how the cybernetics operates. So I would not trust that. I think that's exactly what they want, is people siloed in these kinds of, and there's also, they always talk about the decentralization. And I warn people that, the world brain, right? He talks about how the decentralization of the academic institution, the information institutions, the media.
You're right, Forbes. Quit embarrassing the junior high kids, Jason. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Should be a better elder. I'm growing into it.
that would be the conduit to create the world brain. What would we say the information institutions today would be? I would say the internet, technology, right? And so that's what we're seeing. We can also use Bruce Lipton, the evolutionary leader, Bruce Lipton, who is a kind of ancillary to this Game B movement, Barbara Marx Hubbard and those types. But he talks about, he uses a spiral to paint his picture, of course, totally Hegelian dialectic spiral. But he talks about how, we started out as amoeba, and but what makes the amoeba intelligent is that it has a membrane, and so that's where it collects its information. And then, we move up as we evolve, and that he says we go to multicellular organisms, and then humans, we're so intelligent because we're this complex multicellular organism. We have so much surface area of membrane, and that's why we're intelligent. He said, but we're at a crossroads now where we have to choose if we want to co-create the superorganism of humanity. If we don't, we're going to go extinct. But we can co-create this superorganism of humanity. And what does he say the membrane for that organism is going to be? Of course, it's the internet.
Internet.
And
all right, we're going to stop it there. Vorp says, honestly, I have no room to talk. Went through a bad period with a church I was heavily involved with in my 20s, and had a short existential gay atheist period in my early 30s. Oh yeah, hey man, like I went through an extended atheist period, really, 32 years. So I get it. The only thing that I guess irks me about these arguments is they're so ill-formed, and you it's like you say, oh, it's fake and gay, and just, that's supposed to do something. Okay, if it's fake and gay, and yet people believe in it, then you still have to contend with the people who believe in this fake and gay stuff. If this whole structure is based on the fake and gay thing, regardless of how you feel about it, there's these systems that are based on this fake and gay stuff. Therefore, you're going to have to contend with it. Whether it's Christ or woke or technocracy or whatever have you, these people believe this. They're operating from that belief system, apparently. They're building things from this belief system that's going to affect your life, or is affecting your life currently, or has affected history and all the rest of it, especially when we're talking about Christianity. So regardless of how you feel about it, or what your personal intellectual disability is about it, it doesn't really matter if it's the operating system of the world, or where you live, or how you live. So arguing the inversion of something that exists, which may or may not be working all that well, but you have to think of the second and third and fourth and down the road connotations which you're suggesting. And if you can't even think about the first extension of that thought, then shut the fuck up. Or go to a different chat, because I'm going to make fun of you. Miss Sue says she's like Whitney, so she's saying we need to do it with robots. I don't know what you're referencing. I know who Whitney Webb is, but I don't know. I don't really pay much attention to her, so I don't know. Galactus says, I tried plugging you, Andrew, Tony, and Jay in a comment recently. It was on the Brit channel talking about the perceived femininity of Christianity. I think you guys are effectively challenging this. Thank you so much, Galactus. Appreciate that. Oh, then YouTube shadow ban the comment. Well, I have a TTS, actually, Galactus. So you can do that. You can do that whenever you know. You can have Natasha read out your comments all the time you want. So I can send this into properly next time. I hate Streamlabs. Andrew's Dono chats and JB's Bob chats are really good. Well, I'll work on that. And Whitney Houston. I think he's talking about Whitney Webb. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things to contend with here. In terms of meta collection of data and all the rest of it, I do think these things are happening, and I do think these things can be worrisome, and the extensions of this can be worrisome. I also do think that because they're basing a lot of these ideologies and ideas and technologies and whatever have you, and future plans that we can discern, whatever have that, because they're basing it on previous lies, it's not going to work. if you're basing your idea on, on this new future system of evolution, well, evolution's a lie. It just didn't work that way. Sorry. And anyone who's in any kind of paper math on a napkin can figure out that fail states kind of just blow out the whole evolutionary theory completely out of the water. So if you are basing, I mean, maybe he's just bullshitting, but if you are basing anything off those theories, it's going to collapse because you can't build off lies. You just can't. It doesn't work that way. Sorry. It's not true panic and nonsense because the big question here is, and I think this is what we're seeing with people freaking out about the Epstein thing and all the rest of it, is that people have no trust. They have no trust in the authorities, and they have no trust in systems. They have no trust certain leadership. So whenever they do give their trust, it's on very shaky ground. So then when you encounter any kind of obvious lies or mishandles or whatever have you, people want to revoke that trust instantaneously. It's a big problem. It's a massive problem. And there's no reason to believe that these people who are exerting no ethical standard or moral standard and have have massive ethical potholes all over their whole life and their whole history are going to be the people who are going to use this technology like 15-minute cities or anything like that in a positive way. Most of Europe is essentially a 15-minute city. I grew up in one. In Montreal, you live in these little boroughs. Like I lived in NDG for a long time, and it was basically a 15-minute. You could walk NDG in not that long of time. To take a cab from my house in NDG downtown Montreal and cost you $25 or something like that, Canadian. So it's a very walkable small city. So these concepts aren't that foreign. The problem is that we all know what they're talking about, especially when you take a bigger city like New York or London or something like that. They mean gated communities. Or it gates you off, and your social credit score is going to allow you to go to certain areas or not go to certain areas. That's the fear, and I think it's a substantiated fear or concern. We'll put it that way, because it's unknowable. And the only thing we do know is that the people who have been in charge for a very long time are evil. I'll just say it. So why would you want, or why would you expect putting control or more controls, direct or otherwise, into the hands of evil people is going to turn out good for you? Probably not, right? Unlikely. So with that in mind, I can understand why any and all of this is met with a great deal of apprehension. Especially when you start looking into things like, what these guys are doing with the cults and all the rest of it. And well, I'm going to get Mattia back on to talk more about that. But their whole history and past is littered with this stuff. Transhumanism, there's not really many ways to spin transhumanism into a positive. The one way they're going to do it, and save this clip, but the one way they're going to basically do it is introduce different ethical standards for it. Right now, most people understand transhumanism in terms of medical technology, right? You lose an arm, they give you a prosthetic arm. Born without functioning legs, they come off and make you put those like big skater legs on, and you can win a war, win gold medals with it, right? Pacemakers, all the rest of it. The big thing about Neuralink is that the big promise is going to solve things like Alzheimer's and all the rest of it, which is a kind of weird kind of promise because we're kind of finding out that Alzheimer's and many of those mental problems actually originate from the gut. But anyways, whatever, right? This is the big promise. Or if you are disabled or you're quadriplegic, you can put the Neuralink thing and move things around on, move cursors around with your mind and stuff, right? That's the big thing. To help with people who are disabled. And isn't that a great thing? To let the blind see. Just like Christ did, right? I mean, that's our calling. Again, the big problem here is that no one trusts these people, or let's say, there's a sizable percentage of us who don't trust these people. I don't trust you putting a chip in my head. To the point where I'm not doing it. If I lose my limbs tomorrow, I'm like, well, we're just limbless now. Oh, well. Not doing their experimental therapies and all that. Nope, not interested. Thanks. No, that's okay. Why? Well, I just don't trust them. Just don't trust them. And, once my trust is gone, it's gone, man. Gladys says, "Goddamn, no, I don't trust these Satanists to put a chip in my head." I wouldn't trust a good Christian to put a chip in my head. You don't know, right? What's the entailments here? It's also the biggest entailment is that you're saying that this creation of God is imperfect, and that it needs to be altered and changed. This is the other big thing about suffering. Well, we need to get rid of this suffering. Why? Suffering might be your gift. This gets into more moral murkiness when we're talking about kids or something like that, right? Ought not children, if we can find a gene therapy that could fix or prevent children from having childhood leukemia, would you not do it? It's a tough one, right? Because we're not going to ask the other entailment questions of what else this gene therapy might be doing to them. Sure, they don't get leukemia as a kid, but they get super cancer when they're 50 or 60, or their lifespan just got cut in half. But hey, we just get rid of that whole idea, that whole worry, to reduce our suffering as a parent suffering for a child. There's always trade-offs. And I think when you start monkeying around, like you said, Galactus, with God's plans, you're going to get God problems. I'd rather not have God problems. I got enough problems in my life. I don't need God problems on top of it. Don't need it. And if God's plan involves me having Alzheimer's or a stroke or this or that, well, okay. Hey, man, I got gnarly-ass inflammation. I suffer from, osteoarthritis. It's slowly degrading my bones. My future is pain. I look forward to it. Because I understand that if God give you these things, or these are the consequences of the way I lived, then let there be consequences. Let it happen. And I understand that's a very unpopular position. I'm not asking anyone else to follow me on that. But that's how I'm going to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We're going to end it there. Don't put chips in my crayons. Well, stop eating them, you see. If they've done it, you keep eating them, it's going to get right into your system. Who knows what that's going to do. Folks, it's been a pleasure, as always. We'll be back tomorrow, around 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with the mighty Jim Jotras. We'll be talking about Ukraine, Russia, and Trump's recent announcements and all that stuff. We'll get into that. And what else? And then I'll let you guys know about, keep following me on X and all the rest of it. We'll let you know about Thursday with Matthew Erickson, myself, and Tony, and where and when that's going to happen. And either way, we'll be around. Thank you so much for the support and all the love. And let the people know where we're at. I am Jason Mironchuck.